this month, there were discussions as to try and get as many countries on board for an OECD. Among the export credit agents. So perspective, the methodology looks, you have 18 questions that really help us to. So based on the research, which was applied that you had not addressed the fossil fuel, stop support.
Make up the Swedish export finance system. Policy.
Victor has mentioned that really can be an.
This year now, together with SEK, we have developed a method for assessing transactions according to the Paris Agreement 1.5 target, both if they are aligned and not aligned. So we will introduce that next year, starting to implement that, and also set targets based on that for our portfolio and for our new guarantees. And going forward, we will also have to measure our carbon footprint from the portfolio, our guaranteed emissions or financed emissions. So that is something that we will do going forward, and obviously be transparent about that also. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, we'll open the floor to some questions, and then we can come back with any key closing remarks in terms of what EKN is planning going forward, as well as any other opportunities you see for progress in this area. So, yeah, thank you very much. I pass the question here.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name's Nina from Oil Change International, and thanks to Perspectives for hosting this important event, and congratulations to many of the Nordic ECAs who have done a lot in implementation. I have a question on the balance between the need for scaling up renewable energy and the protection of local communities' rights and the rights of indigenous peoples. So I was just curious if the panelists could speak more on what are some best practices that Nordic countries are implementing to make sure that there are safeguards for renewable energy projects. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions before I pass it back to the panel? No. Then I'll ask you to quickly respond. Maybe, Davide, you want to go first?
Yeah, of course. Thanks for the question. If we want to have a transition to a low-carbon future, everything we do needs to respect human rights and put communities at the center. So, of course, it is positive that export credits are more and more involved in the renewable energy projects, but we also know that some of these renewable energy projects come with, for example, larger land use, which could have an impact on indigenous peoples and on communities. Perhaps they are in places where land rights are not really very well established. So we really need strong safeguards, both from environmental and social perspective, when the export credit agencies support this project. And we can also remark in this sense that the European legislation, the OECD framework for this is not really sufficient, in our view, to ensure that human rights are always respected and environmental protection is ensured. Of course, there is national legislation and practices as single ECAs which go over that level. For example, Sweden is one case of that. But absolutely, we need more safeguards, and we need European legislation to make sure that all European ECAs adopt best practices in this regard.
Maybe, Victor, you could give some remarks on that as well.
Yeah, so briefly, I mean, we have a risk-based approach, and we try to follow the sort of international best practice. The export finance community is governed by rules and regulations, obviously, by the OECD, and the banks that are financing are governed by the Equator Principles and so on. So obviously these are important questions. You cannot only look at the sort of climate contribution, but other risks that might be associated as well. So yeah, I think it's an area that is of great importance, and that we are trying to follow, obviously. So,
yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so I think, oh, there's another question. Maybe just one last question for you.
closer here.
Hi, I'm Natalie Jones from IASD. I have a question for Victor, but if the other panelists also have comments, you're very welcome also to comment. We've been doing some research on the CETP, the Clean Energy Transition Partnership countries, and how they are moving their international public finance out of fossil fuels and into clean energy, and we've done an analysis of the first year of that implementation for 2022. And what we've seen on the whole is that, unfortunately, although the signatories are making amazing progress on taking the finance out of fossil fuels, at the moment there's a lag, and we are seeing that it's not actually being redirected yet into clean energy. We looked at the publicly available information available for Sweden and EKN, and found that, yes, investment in fossil fuels had been cut, but actually investment in clean energy had also been cut in comparison to previous years. That's just what's available in public, or what was available at the time that we did this research a couple of months ago. And so I was thinking about, why this might be, and we also looked at the policies of EKN, and we saw that although there is this, really good increase, there are provisions for increased support in the cases of green projects. There are no specific, targets or measurements around or even a policy direction in terms of increasing your finance for clean energy. So I was wondering if there are any plans within EKN to kind of revise this policy, because the CETP, has got the text about prioritizing fully support for the clean energy transition. I was wondering what your plans are on putting that into practice. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I can only agree that, we are not doing as much as we want to do. We have tried to sort of be proactive and develop new products to give more incentive for new energy, wind and solar, which we have done during the last couple of years. Unfortunately, I think the last year we haven't seen any big new deals in that area. But we know that there are some in the pipeline, so hopefully they will come. And in general, if you look at the E3F countries, the Export Finance for Future, they just published a new report that you referred to. And I think it's quite evident that support for fossil fuel is going down, especially the last 2 years. And support for the wind, solar, and other renewable energy is going up. Obviously, it takes time, and often the market takes these risks on their own, and they don't perhaps need export finance support. So, but yeah, sure. And on the target setting, that is coming. So hopefully we'll have something soon.
David, maybe just 1 second or 2 seconds last remarks as we go on to the closing.
No, I don't think I have so much to add. Of course, as I said, it's positive that ECAs are more involved in renewable energy projects. I can just remark, ECA is one part of the picture to support renewable energy projects everywhere, especially in the Global South, but we also need grants and better climate finance and a better climate finance infrastructure that is not just credits and loans, but also grants or aid for the Global South countries to skip fossil fuel energy stage of development and implement renewable energy right away.
Thank you very much. I think we've heard that plenty is being done, but a lot more needs to be done, especially at the international level and the wider landscape of export credit agencies. So we hope we can continue to engage in this subject matter. Again, a very big thanks to the Nordic Pavilion for giving us the opportunity to have this side event here. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to this side event on sustainable development and market mechanisms. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks also to the Nordic Pavilion for having us. It's a pleasure for us being here. We're going to look at sustainable development and greenhouse gas mitigation today. Sometimes this is phrased as two sides of the same coin because they both deliver substantial benefits stemming from the same activity, both in the sustainable development part and also in the mitigation part. Today we're going to look at the Article 6 Sustainable Development Tool and its assessment of sustainable development benefits and also safeguards. This tool is being currently discussed at the Article 6.4 supervisory body, and we're going to discuss the draft tool, which is just out for public consultation at the moment. And we're going to collect views and feedback by scholars and policymakers alike. So let me just introduce our distinguished panel here. We have Marina Edel, Program Manager for International Climate Cooperation at the Swedish Energy Agency. Good morning. Then we have Karen Olsen, Senior Advisor and Carbon Market Coordinator at UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. And we're still missing Usman Folsar. He's on his way. He's the coordinator of the West African Alliance for Carbon Markets and Climate Finance. My name is Christoph Ahrens from Wuppertal Institute. I have the pleasure to moderate this event this morning. And let me also inform you that this event is taking place in the context of the Sustainable Development Initiative, an initiative by UNEP CCC and Wuppertal Institute, funded by Sweden and Norway in order to enhance recognition of sustainable development in market mechanisms. So a brief look at the agenda. We're going to have a presentation by Karen Olsen on the Article 6.4 draft SD tool. Then we'll have reactions and views from the panel. And then we're going to have a moderated discussion among the panelists. And if there's time, we will have a Q&A session with you, our audience here. So without further ado, I'd pass it on to Karen Olsen for the presentation. Karen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Christoph, and for the introductions, and good morning to those that are here, and also a thanks to the Nordic Pavilion for having us. So what I will do now is to introduce what the draft tool looks like, what's in it. And the title below says that it's developed by the supervisory body, and therefore it is trying to set international best practice for integrated assessment of sustainable development impacts. Usman, very welcome. So the outline is, I'll give a bit of background. What's the mandate, scope, and status? The tool contains two main components. One is on the safeguards against negative environmental and social impacts. And the other key component is demonstrating positive impact to sustainable development. That's a shall requirement from the Paris Agreement. And then there are also provisions for validation and verification. And since it's draft, we can discuss both what's outstanding and then from a buyer country, Sweden, a host party, Usman, we'll hear how can the tool be used. So first on the background, it's a CM mandate to the supervisory body that they shall review the CDM Sustainable Development Tool, which was voluntary, and also other tools that come from the or that exist in the voluntary carbon market and safeguards, and use that as a basis to develop a similar tool by the end of this year. It's slightly delayed, so we expect it will be decided early next year. The supervisory body already decided earlier this year that it would be mandatory for project developers, but voluntary for the host party. Under CDM, it was a national prerogative to set the criteria, describe the priorities, and approve contribution to sustainable development. And that it still is, actually. That's the same also in this tool. But what is new about this tool is that it's integrated into the 6.4 activity standard, the cycle, procedures, including stakeholder consultations, and the impacts and safeguards will be validated and verified. We also have an appeals and grievance process. All this we did not have in the Kyoto Protocol under the CDM. I already said it has two main sections, safeguards and promoting positive SD impacts. It doesn't say positive right now, but it's a shall requirement, so I believe it's positive. Yeah, and I said it's going to be decided early next year at the SB 10th meeting in March. So on the safeguards against the negative impacts, there are 11 principles, 3 for environmental impacts, and the others for social impacts. You see that they cover, here, these are just the headlines. There's lots more to these principles. But environmental, climate, energy, air, land, water, ecology, natural resources, social, human rights, labor rights, no child labor, health and safety, gender, land, involuntary settlements in relation to hydropower in particular, impacts for indigenous people, local communities, no corruption, cultural heritage. So it's a lot. And here is an example. I took labor, just one out of the 11 principles, on what does it look like, the assessment. It's a risk assessment, no negative impacts. So what are the risks of negative impacts? So we have questions at the principle level. I'm not going to read them, but it's yes, no answer. So it's a screening, are there impacts to this principle? If so, there will be additional guiding questions that go into the detail. There are 4, I think there are 5 more detailed questions. And then there is a conclusion for this do no harm risk assessment. Are there risks? Yes, no, potentially, or not applicable, no impact. And that is also, this goes into a form, a document, which will be the basis for the validation and verification. So you have the independent DOEs, the designated operational entities that will do the validation and verification. They have something to assess against, which is also new. And then on the demonstrating positive impact to sustainable development, we have, as we had in the past, consideration of the SD objectives of the host party. So identify and include what are the targets relevant to the activity and put it in the form. And then something also new, which is not so well understood in the community. Clapping next door. So we know that there are positive and negative impacts across the SDGs, nexuses that to avoid cherry picking, that you just quantify the benefits, but you leave out the negative impacts to indigenous people or local communities. Quite common for a lot of types of activities. The provisions are that there should be an assessment of the synergies and trade-offs. And just to demonstrate the principle of this, it's in the IPCC report. It's quite common in other contexts, but not yet so in a carbon market context. But here the principle is that you have climate impacts, you have development impacts. They can be positive, plus. They can also be negative. So you don't want development impacts positive and a climate impact that's negative. Neither do you want climate impact positive, development impact negative. You want to be up here. So that's why you do the screening. And that will be qualitative assessment because it's demanding to get quantitative assessment. And then you also have provisions that to identify what are the direct and significant impacts. So that term is there, significance. It's a subjective term, so it has to be, it's the likelihood and the magnitude of the impact. So if it's a significant impact, you assess it with indicators so that it can be validated and verified. And then the monitoring, which is also the responsibility of the project proponents. The tool is for project proponents when they develop activities. So here at the activity level on indicators, activity participants shall identify at least one SDG target and corresponding indicator, both for positive and negative impacts, if there are impacts to that SDG. And the activity level indicators can be assessed both qualitatively and quantitatively. So gender, for instance, you can count women and men, but if you want to know what does that mean, you may have to sort of ask more qualitatively interview-based and describe. So the monitoring requirements, you identify data units, sources of data, information, and procedures, methods, the frequency, at least annual, and then you put it in the form. And for safeguards, I demonstrated what does the information in the form look like. So the DOEs will review the appropriateness of information based on the form, the plan for mitigating risks, based on the indicators, and the review can also be based on the stakeholder consultation documents. And that's also, I think, a major improvement compared to the past. There's an interest from the activity participant to talk about the benefits, the positive impacts, not so much against the negative impacts. So I think that's an improvement. And for safeguards, there is a continuous engagement of local stakeholders. We didn't have that before. And the DOEs shall confirm that the activity participant has measured, monitored the parameters submitted at registration stage. So that's it. That's sort of the big picture of the tool, draft tool. So here, over to you, Christoph, for the discussion.
Yes, thanks very much, Karen, for this very comprehensive introduction to the tool. We're going to now hear reactions from the panel. First of all, let me take the floor to Marina, please.
Thank you, Christoph, and thank you, Karen, for this presentation. Happy to be here. So my name is Marina Adel, and I'm a program manager from the Swedish Energy Agency, and we are very much engaged in the current Article 6.2 collaborations. So from our side, we have been following with interest the development of this tool, and we are happy to see the progress that has been made with this latest draft. In general, we believe in the importance of integrating sustainable development in Article 6, not only in order to comply with the Paris Agreement, but also to enhance the overall trust in Article 6 as an instrument to combat climate change, but also to demonstrate the highest standards of this practice in this field. So we're happy to see the progress that is being made. We do believe that this tool can provide a useful guidance for project developers, but also for ourselves and perhaps other buyer countries who seek to integrate sustainable development in their activities. Those who are engaged already now in Article 6.2 collaboration may also take inspiration from this. And we think this is, we do appreciate that this is quite a comprehensive approach that is being presented here, containing both considerations on the safeguards and the negative impacts, and as well as positive SDG contributions. And also that there are considerations on host country requirements and priorities for the SDGs. We believe it is very important to consider, and it is very much in line with the approach we are taking when we are engaging bilaterally with our partner countries. And also, it's good to see that provisions for validation and certification are included. I mean, this can truly help us and to be aware of and remind us that any future validation and verification of such kind of activities will have to focus not only on emission reductions, of GHG emission reductions, but also on the whole package, including both social and environmental impacts of this activity. So that's great to have this guidance already here from start. We are currently also in progress of developing our own sustainable development policy and guidance that will help us to integrate sustainable development in our Article 6 work. And I must say we have been taking some inspiration from this draft tool as well. So we believe there will be a few similarities once we have our guide developed as well. So that's will be interesting to see how this will look like as a final product. And we are also interested to see whether any further guidance, standardized approach or guidance will be provided from this tool on the safeguards monitoring and development of the environmental and social management plans, because this is something that we are looking into at this point as we are developing our guidance as well. And just another thing to note that one challenge that we have experienced so far in our work is to actually find this balance on including the sustainable development requirements and the actual feasibility of monitoring and reporting these requirements. We believe that maybe not everything can be measured, maybe not everything should be measured, but rather a balance has to be found between these two, so we can have a sustainable and efficient MRV system for these activities. And I believe you have been taking into consideration this as well, finding an appropriate level of detail that will have to be included. But we are, in general, very excited for this tool and happy to follow the development of this tool and as well to hear the views of other stakeholders on this. So thank you so much.
Right. Thanks very much, Marina, for this. We're now going to turn to the host country perspective, and I'm very glad that we have Ousmane Falsar of the West African Alliance here with us. Glad that you can make it, and over to you, Ousmane. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Christopher. Thank you, Karen, for the excellent presentation, and thank you, Marina, for the contribution from a bio perspective. I'm Ousmane Falsar, coordinator of the West African Alliance on Carbon Markets and Climate Finance. And first of all, I would like to thank for this, the elaboration of this tool that from our perspective as host country in developing, in the developing world, in the global south, in Africa particularly, I think it is something that is really important for us to help have some guidance in the process of finalizing the regulatory framework for Article 6 we are now trying to implement in our countries, because we are supporting countries in the readiness process for Article 6, and I think that sustainable development guidance is really important, because more and more on the demand side, people are looking for good quality of credits. So you cannot deliver good quality of credit without being in line with the sustainable development requirement and the environmental safeguards. So it is something that needs to be taken into consideration in the regulatory framework that we are putting in place in our host countries. It's really useful for the country and for the project developer, but I would like also to share with you a bit of, I cannot say concern, but it's a challenge in terms of flexibility in the assessment of some criteria. In your presentation, you are just taking the example of the no child labor. For example, sometime in the real world, you may face some customs or traditional belief that allow some sort of practice or some social constraints that push people to do some activities that can be considered as not allowed, but for them, they think that it is the best way to get out of some situation. For example, I will give the example of one activity I have the opportunity to see on the ground. It was about a reforestation project, a mangrove reforestation project. When people are doing the planting activities, sometimes you see a father coming to the field with his child of 12 years old, for example. And when you ask him the reason why he is taking his child in the field, he said that, we are very poor. I cannot afford the tuition of my children for his scholarity. So I need to have additional resources. That's why I bring him in the field so that at the end of the campaign, we'll have enough means to buy the furniture for my children and also to pay for his scholarity. Otherwise, he would have stayed at home. I will not have money to pay for his scholarity. So what is how the DOE will assess this situation that people are living on the ground? So that's why I think sometimes we need to have a bit of flexibility in the way that some criteria are assessed. We do know that child labor is something that needs to be forbidden, but sometimes you face very complex situation. You don't know how to assess, and at the end, the report can be negative, and the project can face some constraint. So these are some practical issues that sometimes we need to take into consideration. Nevertheless, we think that it is a good contribution in our readiness process that we will take on board. Thank you. Just for the introduction.
Right. Thanks very much, Usman, for sharing this very practical experience and for outlining the challenges on the ground. Now, let's dive a little deeper into a few sections of the tool. Maybe first of all, looking at the safeguard section. And Marina, I know that Sweden has been pushing for safeguards for quite a while internationally. So maybe if you would take a look at the safeguards criteria of the SB 6.4 tool, what's your impression on how does it evolve there? Or what's your take on the safeguard section?
No, I truly believe that the safeguards provided there, they are indeed comprehensive. They are all based on the international best practices, international standards, very much familiar with, that come through the different organizations such as GCF, the World Bank. It's also based on the IFC performance standards. And this is very much in line with also what we are looking to establish in our own work. I mean, we don't see the need to invent any new type of principles when there are so many other that already internationally recognized. What we need to do is to maybe find this right level of, to ensure that these are complete enough, comprehensive enough, can cover the various parts. I mean, some standards may not cover everything, but from what I see, that these safeguards that has been included in this safeguard are quite comprehensive and are in line with what we are looking into as well.
Right. And we've just heard that that's challenges on the ground, but we're going to live with these challenges for the moment. Maybe looking at the SD assessment, then let's turn to that section. And yeah, Karen, you've been following SD assessment for quite a while now. What's your take on the current status of the SD tool? We're talking about SDGs now. This is something new. We're also talking about follow-ups and monitoring and validation. So, but it's still a bottom-up approach that we're having. So what's your take on the sustainable development assessment part? What about minimum criteria? What's your take?
Yes, I think that the current tool, compared again to what other tools exist and what we had in the past, it's an improvement that we go to indicator level, because we had in the CDM-SD tool, it was more narrative. It was a description based on a taxonomy. So now with the indicators, it allows that you can do both qualitative and quantitative assessment. You can sort of count how many SDGs are impacted, positive and negative, identify the significance, and then for those that are significant, you could go to activity level indicators. And that's a bottom-up approach. So maybe as it evolves over time, and we have data on, so for, let's say, wind power projects, what are the typical positive, negative impacts, then you could imagine that you could have something that is more top-down, which makes it more comparable. I think some of the concerns I have on the current tool, also in relation to how it applies to specific types of activities. Currently, it does not cover removals, tech-based, nature-based, because it's a tech-based in particular, carbon capture and storage. It's immature technologies. We don't have much experience on how to assess. And there's also that peculiarity, sort of, for this type of activity. Maybe there are no impacts. Maybe there are no positive impacts to sustainable development, because it's you capture the carbon, you store the carbon, and it's take, sort of put it in the ground, far away from people. So if it's a shall requirement to contribute to sustainable development, you assess, okay, there's nothing, so what do you do? And I think we have examples of what you can do, which in the past there was let's say China. They said it was it's a requirement, so they took financially a portion of the revenue stream and said that has to go for sustainable development. That's an option, but it's not there yet. So it remains to be seen exactly how it will land. And it may also not be there in the first draft, but it could come later. It's not covered yet.
Right, thanks, Karen. And for the other panelists, feel free to join in if you want to comment on the SD assessment part of the tool. And yeah.
From my side, I wanted to insist on the issue of capacity building, because from my point of view, and if I take into consideration what we are really having on the ground, is there is a high need in terms of improvement of our national criteria, just to create the enabling environment to be in line with the tool in some countries. Because some countries have, but others, if I refer to my region, others have nothing. So they need assistance in terms of capacity building at different levels, at the policy level, governmental representative levels, at the private sector and project proponent level, but also the most important one is the community level. And most of the time, in terms of capacity building, people just stick on the two first levels, at a government and maybe at project developer and private sector level. But the local communities, most of the time, they are not aware of certain things. That's why I was taking this example. I can take many more. For example, a lady will go to the field with her child in the back, walking on the field. And when the auditor comes, he can say, this is not allowed. But it's their daily activities. That's what they do every day. But we need to train them, we need to support them, we need to accompany them in the implementation of the project. That will enable us to have greater impact in terms of SDGs at the end of the day. So capacity building is key for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Usman. Does anyone, yeah, you're also involved in quite a capacity building project. Karen, what's your take?
Yeah, on the Sustainable Development Initiative that Wuppertal Institute, UNICCC are running for the next 2 years, we do have provisions for some capacity building. Not a whole lot, but some. But just on the point of how to ensure that the positive impacts go to communities, I think it is actually the role of host parties to ensure that. This is just a tool, an assessment tool. It will not ensure that unless the host parties make that a requirement. And that could be benefit sharing, share of proceeds. You say this amount of the revenue stream has to go to local communities. We have examples of that I know from South Africa. It's not in context of carbon markets. It's a very long acronym, but it's the Public Procurement Program for Renewable Energy. And they tax the investments. And they have community liaisons officers. It's a little bit a new thing that private sector is responsible for, and here would be the project proponents. They are responsible for ensuring benefits to local communities. It's doable, but the host parties, they have to require it. Otherwise, it will not happen.
Okay, would you like to come in on capacity building?
For sure, yeah. The need for capacity building, that's something that's also we are very much aware of, and there's quite a huge knowledge gap also when it comes to implementing and developing these kind of activities. So in our collaboration with the project developers, that's something we will have to be aware of and to look into what way this will have to be required. And capacity building may depend very much depending on the activity developer, on the activity, the scope of the activity, the location of the activity, and at what stage the activity is in. We know there will be some who are just an early planning stage. There may be not enough information available to even fill in this kind of template with all the risk assessments. Or there may be almost fully developed projects where you have quite a lot of data already gathered. So we see there will be still quite a lot of challenges when it comes to proper data collection on activity level, but as well later on when it comes to validation and verification of these projects that will have to be also considered from early start in our work. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Marina, and thanks very much for the panelists to share all your views. We have now the possibility to have a couple of questions from the audience and to discuss with the panelists here. Is there any questions? Yes, please. There's a microphone on the way.
More and more African countries are choosing to regulate and tax or tithe the carbon projects. I assume that will happen in the Article 6 projects as well as the voluntary projects. Where do you think that regulation coming from the different countries will fit in, and how will it affect validation, verification, or the integrity of the programs? And Zimbabwe would be like a ready example.
Okay, thanks. That's a little bit broader. Anyone who would like to come in? Maybe Usman, you're working a lot with host countries.
Can you repeat it again? Because I hardly could hear you.
Many African countries are now stepping in to regulate and even tax carbon programs. How do you think that will affect Article 6? And how will it affect the voluntary markets? And will that impact, the process of validation and verification? What are these taxes, and are they viewed as contributing to the host community, or what? How do they fit into the context?
Okay, I think you mentioned the issue of benefit sharing that Karen was talking about earlier in the host country. All these taxes or fees that are required during the transaction are used in our host countries for the administration of the mechanism. That is something. And also, you know that in Article 6, if the buyer use the credit for compliance, you need to do the corresponding adjustment. And in order to finance some activities that can help mitigate the corresponding adjustment impact, we need to have some funding that can be used to support some additional activities that can generate more mitigation outcomes in the country. And last but not least, these taxes are used to fund some adaptation activities, because you know that most of African countries, they are really vulnerable and their priority is adaptation. So taxes generated by the market mechanism can be used to fund income generating activities, adaptation activities. And last but not least, sometimes it depends on the country, but financing social economic activities on the ground for local communities is also funded by these resources. So in a nutshell, that is the most common uses of these revenues in host countries.
Okay. Would any of you would like to come in? Karen?
Yes, just on that sort of tax, you call it, you could also call it share of proceeds. So under the 6.4 mechanisms, it's mandatory. It's for overall mitigation and global emissions, and it's for adaptation. Under the bilateral cooperation, it's something parties agree. But we have already seen when we're doing capacity building projects, we have seen that it differs from, I think, Zimbabwe. They started saying it's 50%, like half. And you can imagine it's going to be competitive. I mean, where will project developers, investors go? Will they go to a place where it's 5%, or will they go to a place where it's 50%? So that's an issue. That has to be, since it's voluntary or it's agreed between parties under 6.2, then probably parties should talk, host parties, so just to have sort of avoid that race to the bottom. You want to have a level playing field. So I think it's a big issue. It's a very big issue that speaks to the sort of the distributional aspects of where will investments go. It's a major issue.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Is there any other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, my question goes to Karen. You just already kind of indicated it. Do you think it's important what's going on, like bridging the gap to the ongoing negotiations? What's going on right now on the guidance for Article 6.2? I think there are some options that they would like address that the guidance gives, or that the guidance addresses to include sustainable development factors, and also something similar that is happening or is already in the text on Article 6.4. And how much do you expect from these negotiations? I don't know how much of an expert you are on that side.
I follow the negotiations as an observer, so I'm not a party. But on 6.2, there's a shall requirement to report on the sustainable development impacts of cooperative approaches under the transparency framework. But that guidance is about accounting, reporting, and review. So it does not change the nature of the bilateral collaboration, that it's a bottom-up approach, unlike 6.4, which is top-down. But I think in terms of the relationship between 6.4, 6.2, and you could even say the voluntary carbon market, that there is convergence across standards. The intention is for the 6.4 mechanism to set international best practice standard with the ST tool. So maybe that's for Marina to have share some views. There's a risk of fragmentation. If you have like 17 standards in the voluntary carbon market, you have the 6.4 standard, and there is to some extent a competition between all the standards. And it's up to parties to decide what will they use.
Well, yeah, and I guess it's a bit of our task now as we are actually starting to implement these types of Article 6 cooperations on the ground, that we do test the system, that we pilot, we utilize different standards, testing the how it goes, how to implement activities, how to integrate sustainable development, and learning by doing, basically. And that's also what we believe will fit in back into the negotiations and inform the negotiations processes.
Right, okay. We heard clapping. There would be time for one short question, but if there's nothing, we can also wrap up, and then we will finish on time, which will also benefit for the session coming after us. Thanks very much for this very rich discussion on sustainable development assessment in Article 6.4 and beyond. So looking at safeguards, sustainable development benefit assessment, and also at capacity building needs. Let's give a clap to all the audience and for the panelists, for Karen, Marina, and Usman. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for coming, for attending, and see you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session on voluntary carbon markets, latest developments in best practices. My name is Juliana Kessler, and I'm a research associate at Perspectives Climate Research, and my work focuses on the design of market-based instruments, the generation and use of carbon credits, both in Article 6 markets and the voluntary carbon market. To provide a little bit of context, in 2021, Perspectives, together with other partners, launched the Nordic Dialogue on Voluntary Compensation with the goal to promote high integrity and transparency in the voluntary carbon market with regard to the voluntary use of carbon credits and related claims. So this effort was also guided by the Declaration on Nordic Carbon Neutrality that Nordic countries have agreed to intensify cooperation to encourage Nordic companies, investors, local governments, organizations and consumers to step up their efforts towards carbon neutrality. The dialogue formally ended in 2022 and developed a Nordic perspective of best practices for the voluntary for the voluntary carbon markets and recommendations for Nordic cooperation. So currently, the previous project team is organizing a series of capacity building events to help Nordic stakeholders to understand and align with best practices and provide a platform to discuss their implementation. To set the scene, what you can see here is that we have an emissions trajectory based on existing and planned policies, which are, as we all know, currently not sufficient to reach international targets. So we can differentiate between two gaps: an action gap, which is basically the gap between policies that the country has implemented or planned and what is needed to meet its targets, and the ambition gap between what countries have pledged and what is needed to meet the 1.5-degree goal. So the question here is, how can the voluntary carbon markets help to close these two gaps? The Nordic Code of Best Practice for the voluntary use of carbon credits specifies that the following 5 elements need to be covered for, best practice. So calculate direct and indirect emissions, set targets and reduce own emissions consistent with a 1.5-degree pathway, buy and use high-integrity carbon credits for mitigation activities beyond boundaries or value chains, and report on emissions targets, actions, and the voluntary use of carbon credits, and verify information. And last but not least, to ensure the integrity of claims relating to the voluntary use of carbon credits. The code also makes a reference to different international guidance for each step that is already out there. So, as you can see, it's a wealth of international guidance that is currently out there, all with the same goal, basically, to enhance clarity, trustworthiness, and comparability of such claims. And so, as you can see, the lack of guidance is not necessarily the issue. So rather, the challenge is to navigate the guidance and to ensure that the guidance is also consistent. Regarding claims, the Nordic Code of Best Practice differentiates between 3 claims. So first of all, an offsetting claim, so offsetting of specific emissions. Then we have an overall mitigation and global emissions claim, and a national mitigation contribution claim. So a role for a traditional offsetting claim, which is currently also heavily criticized, as most of you know, is only foreseen in the code, with carbon credits representing mitigation outcomes that are really exclusively for offsetting and not claimed towards any country's existing mitigation targets. So for example, by using credits that are correspondingly adjusted to use Article 6 terms here. And we have the same, so in this case, the climate impact would really be to support mitigation beyond national targets to address the global ambition gap. And we have the same climate impact for claims that support that you contribute to an overall mitigation in global emissions. Only that in this case, the achieved mitigation outcome is then not accounted for by, or not claimed for by any buyer entity. But yeah, it's just cancelled, and then you have a contribution to overall mitigation and global emissions. And the last claim, countries also need to support in closing the action gaps that we currently see and enhance their own national targets. And this opens up a new role that for voluntary carbon markets to contribute to national targets. And these are discussed currently under contribution claims. So before we actually start with the panel discussion, we want to hear from the audience, and I would ask the support team to bring up Mentimeter to hear a little bit the views of you sitting in the audience. And you can access Mentimeter by scanning the QR code you see on the slide. We have 2 questions for you. I give you a bet. Can it be made a bit bigger by any chance? No? Okay, please then come up front if it doesn't work. Is it working for somebody? Okay, good. Okay, great. Then great if we can move to Mentimeter to see the results. So the first question I would like the audience to answer is, should voluntary carbon markets be used to support countries in meeting national targets, so basically through contribution claims, support global ambition raising beyond national targets, either through offsetting claims or through a contribution to overall mitigation in global emissions? Both of the above, none, or I don't know. Let's give it a few seconds. Can you see? Okay, so interestingly, we have 71% of people sitting in this room calling for both types of claims, or for all 3 types of claims, let's say it like that. And then 19% see the role of the voluntary carbon market as supporting global ambition raising beyond national targets, and 10% in meeting their national targets. And we have a second question. Is it clear what best practice for voluntary carbon markets means? Is it currently clear? Okay, so it looks like the majority of people sitting in this room are somewhat clear what best practice should look like. And wow, we're getting more not at all responses. So also hopefully our panelists can shed some light on these questions today. Yeah, thank you all for participating. Very interesting results. Yes, let's move to the panel discussion, and great if the panelist overview slide can be brought up. I would first like to introduce our distinguished panelists today. Here on my left, we have Owen Hewlett, and he's a Chief Technical Officer at the Gold Standard Foundation, who's pioneering Gold Standard for the Global Goals Standard, creates a multi-purpose platform for realizing finance for climate and development action. Owen is also on the Technical Council of the Science-Based Targets Initiative and currently Advisory Council of the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. Then we have Marlene Alberg, who is Deputy Head of the Division on International Financing of the Transformation International Market Mechanisms. And she has been working in the field of carbon market and carbon pricing for more than 15 years. And in the division, she is also responsible for the subject areas of carbon pricing, international market mechanisms, and issues related to mobilizing the private sector, including the voluntary carbon market. And then we have Teppo Säkkinen. He's a senior advisor for industrial and climate policy, focusing on the green transition at the Finnish Chamber of Commerce. And Teppo is also a member of the European Economic and Social Committee and used to work for multiple Finnish governments on energy, climate, and natural resources policies. So thank you all for joining today. And yeah, let's open the panel discussion with your views on the experiences with best/good practice. So how would you respond to the audience poll question? In the Paris area, should voluntary carbon markets help to meet existing national targets, raise global ambition, or both? And also, which initiatives or regulation on good practice have been relevant in your work and how? And Owen, great if you can start.
Yeah, sure. Is that on? Can you guys hear me? Yes, good. Thank you. Yes, thanks for inviting me today, and thanks to all of you for coming. I think in terms of the first question, I guess a good place to start is can it do both of those things? And I think the answer to that is yes. Will it do both of those things depends an awful lot on a number of other factors, which speaks to the second question about how clear is good practice or best practice. And I think the reason that's so complicated is you have a bundle of supply side quality attributes, and then you have a whole bundle of demand side issues. How should companies use them? How should companies claim? And those two things should speak to each other. So the instrument should reflect how it's used. The attributes in the instrument should speak directly to and be informed by what the instrument will be used for. And that's how it gets so technocratic and complicated. But I think, in short, it can do both of those things, and I think it should do both of those things. There is a notable lack of guidance on when it should do one or the other, and when it does one or the other, what should a company say about that? I think is probably the area of good practice that still needs to be developed. In terms of things that are influencing our work, in terms of things that are influencing good practice, the emerging Article 6 technical solutions will be a big factor, just like the early carbon markets revolved and orbited around the Kyoto mechanism, so will they in the next phase. We do see some promise at things like the Integrity Council for the voluntary carbon markets, which I think helps set a pretty good quality threshold, base threshold. I still think the claim side, the demand side guidance out there is very, very poor at the moment, in my view.
Yeah, thank you, Owen, and thanks for also mapping a little bit the area with all the different actors that are currently involved with the ICVCM and etc. Marlene, may I ask you the same question?
Yes, sure. Thank you. So I would also have answered both because both approaches have their merits. However, if we have a closer look at the action gap part, which is, in my view, a finance gap. So, and a finance gap to implement the NDCs. And this is something what the countries has promised to do. They put the idea on the table and said, okay, this is our national determined contribution to the Paris Agreement. So there you could argue, is it the right way to use voluntary engagement of the private sector to reach this goal? That's just a question. Mm-hmm. However, if you take then a realistic look at it, then I would say, of course, there is obviously, we can complain that there is a finance gap, but we have to address it as well. And therefore, also this approach has its value within the whole Paris architecture. If we then take a look on the pathway until 2050, where we hopefully will see that the ambition gap will shrink, then the question is whether the role changed then again, because then it's more or less probably the role to implement or to maintain the NDC when we come more and more closer to the 2050 goal. So that's the one question. Now I take the second question in regard to regulation. So I would like to highlight two things which came out this year. The one is the G7 carbon market principles, high-level carbon market principles of the G7, as well as the call to action on Paris-aligned carbon markets, which came out of the Paris summit in June. And what both call it initiatives or calls have in common is that they addresses compliance and voluntary carbon market, and they take a holistic approach that they look on the supply and demand side to make sure that you have really integrity in the carbon market. So with other words, if we want to use also the voluntary carbon market, we have always to answer the question, what I'm now doing, does this trigger transformation on both sides, on the supplier as well as on the demand side? So I could explore a little bit more on this, but I think I stop here because if we have other questions as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marlene, and thank you also for bringing up another dimension, the dimension of the timeline, and that it might change the role of these claims in the future depending on where we are with the overall ambition and the NDC. Teppo, what is your view on this question?
Thank you, and I'm very glad to join this conversation. I would be in favor of approaching both with majority of the participants here, because we need private funding and market-based approach both to reach the implementation gap and the ambition gap. And of course, there is also the very practical approach that, for example, if we want to have carbon credits produced in Europe and in the Nordics, we do not have the legal basis for the possibility of corresponding adjustments. So they need to be focusing on reaching the NDCs and filling up the action gap. Now, with regards to what we can achieve in these both fields, for example, in the European and Nordic context, I see great possibilities for the VCMs to channel private funding to fields where we have quite lagging behind in action. For example, into agriculture, into improving soil sequestration of carbon, or into emerging fields such as CCS, carbon capture and storage. So that is something where VCMs can have a big role to play in filling up the action gap. Now, with regards to the ambition gap, we of course know that the NDCs are not enough. They are not aligned with the 1.5 5 degrees, and of course there are a lot of companies that are looking forward to increasing the ambition. And with the current legal basis, we need to turn outside of Europe, and there it can also have a good impact on development policies, and they can be ways of channeling private funding into developing nation, into climate action. So I definitely see room for both. Now, with regards to best practices, we at the Finland Chamber of Commerce, of course, work closely with companies, and they turn to us for guidance on what to do. And especially for SMEs, this is quite a difficult jungle on what kind of claims you can use, and so on. I think, of course, the starting point for all credits for the whole VCM should be high integrity, no matter what is the claim that is made. So there needs to be additionality, longevity, and so on. But we also need quite a lot of international work on the standards and so on the different claims, but also national and domestic work on what kind of claims to explore what is something that is really understandable for companies to use with regards to using contribution claims and credits that support reaching the NDCs. And that is a field where I see a lot of work needed to be done, but also a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, thank you very much for stressing the importance of private finance, and also for introducing us a little bit to the Finnish context where the debate is a little bit different, I also feel like, in the rest of the EU. And we have also a private sector representative here sitting in the first row, David Rademacher from E.ON, a German electricity utility company. What is your view, David?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the chance to also share our perspective. I think what's important to note is, and you stressed that point, is small and medium-sized enterprises struggle very much with this complexity in the market, and even big companies do, because most companies spend more money on pencils and paper than on voluntary carbon credits. And that's independent of whether the credit is 2 euros, 5 euros, or 20 euros. So at the same time, the due diligence that you have to conduct as a company is so complex. And we have to differentiate a bit the integrity of the project and the integrity of the use case. Of course, companies need to be held accountable for the claims, how they use the credits, what they claim. But now, also with the EU Green Claims Directive, companies are increasingly held accountable for the integrity, the traceability of the project. And that's something where we see that more and more companies drop out of that market. They can't deal with this, and the effort to stay in this is just too high. And there we're losing money for forest finance, for removal credits, and so on. And Marlene, you stressed that point. We have a financing gap, so we need to really work on the pragmatism. I don't think there's a need for more best practice guidances, for more frameworks. We need to make it tangible and pragmatic for companies to actually deal in this market.
Yeah, thank you very much for raising the challenges that companies see themselves in right now. Do we have any of the panelists that would like to react to this?
Yeah, sure. I think well said. I think we showed all the different initiatives, and they're really just the formal international initiatives, but you can add to that the various publications. Marlene mentioned a couple. There's another couple that have come out today. We could also add the ratings agencies that have emerged. It doesn't speak to a confident, well-rounded, effective mechanism that needs all of that, right? If you're stepping back from this question, the voluntary carbon market is or should be a tool that companies can use to be responsible for their unabated emissions. I mean, that's the simple fact of the matter. If you need thousands of pages to enact that responsibility, then you start to move away from an effective mechanism to do so. And I think we've kind of obsessed a little bit in the last 5 years on the word integrity and forgotten about the word effectiveness. And you can have all the integrity in the world, but if companies can't use it because the whole point of using it in the first place was to make some claims, then the mechanism eats itself from the inside out. So I think we have a very useful tool. We have an ability for companies to sort of transactionally fund climate action. I mean, that's what it boils down to. And that helps the SMEs example that David mentioned, because those are companies that very often can't do large-scale direct action themselves. So you do need this kind of mechanism. But somehow in its use and in its claim and in its kind of bundle of attributes, it becomes so complicated that it becomes an ineffective accountability mechanism, and somehow we need to reverse engineer that back to what its original intent was. I suspect, personally, to be provocative, that has to mean a move away from offsetting. Whether or not you consider ambition versus action, it is offsetting that makes everything so complex. And as something so deeply unloved, you do start to wonder what the point is of trying to protect it, in my view.
Yeah.
Yes, what I would like to add is that what you said very nicely in the beginning, that we don't need more guides, we might more need somehow to be navigated through all these guides or tools. And then the question is, who can do what and who... So, of course, we have several guides, but the question, who is legitimized to say that's the right way. And I think SBTI is for sure the trendsetter in this market or for companies, for sure. But then we have, of course, also the governments, and there I can see the role that we can give a recommendation, what we think is the right approach, that we could do with to give a recommendation to navigate through all these guides. I don't think that we, as a government, are able to really break it down until the project level, but quite to be more clear, I think. And secondly, we could also, leading by example, how do we voluntarily offset, for instance, some parts of our governmental emissions? That would also be an approach. So I stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Malin. And Teppo, you also wanted to add something.
Yeah, I'd really like to echo what David said about pragmatism. We need to build a voluntary carbon market where not just like one person, like the top companies that have all the resources to handle all the paperwork, but where 90% of companies can take part into, with the caveat of maintaining high integrity. And of course, the hierarchy of action. Companies, SMEs and large companies need to first focus on how to reduce their own emissions, how to avoid emissions, and then finally what's left, maybe use contribution credits and so on. There is also an evolving regulatory field that was mentioned both by you and by David, with the Green Claims Directive, with Consumer Protection Directive, that is actually making the net zero claims and offset claims a lot harder to use for companies. And of course on a good basis on avoiding greenwashing, which also underlines the importance of working with the contribution claims, how to make them attractive, how to make them also have high integrity, how to have a basis on them, and make it usable and really demand for credits also like that. Now, Malin mentioned the role of governments. Governments can go so far, and of course the Article 6 negotiations here give us backbone. There was an important development last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, where there was also under 6.4 made the division between credits that are ITMOs and credits that are contribute to mitigation, and that gives also backbone for this development. But then governments again can only go so far, so then it's up to standard organizations and self-regulatory organizations such as the Chamber of Commerce to really guide companies onwards on this path. And this is something that we are really focusing on right now.
Yes, Malin.
I would like to add one thing. In regard to the quality of the projects, I think there we should really also have global standards, and that we should not do any compromise at all. In regard to the claims, what companies can do at home, I think that is a jurisdictional question. That we don't need, I mean, we could, of course, talk to US and UK and so on, and say, hey, listen, our companies are allowed to do XY claim with contribution credits and another one with the other credits. But it's not necessary for the whole integrity of the global carbon market. That I just wanted to point out.
Yeah, thank you very much for all these interesting insights you have shared, and also touching up on the role of government and what also what other government entities could play in that. Now you have already partially touched up on my next question, which is very targeted to the offsetting claim due to the ongoing debates. So we are seeing all these calls for banning offsetting claims. So what is your view on this? And if offsetting claims are banned, could the voluntary market still contribute to global ambition raising beyond national targets? And if so, how? Perhaps we start with you again, Owen. I mean,
That's the question. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at its heart, we have this question of how to act on your unabated emissions as a company. So if you unpack that a little bit further, you get to why there are unabated emissions in the first place and how hard it is to judge which are emissions that are acceptable. And you can't. I mean, you could start to make arguments for hospitals and schools, but even then you get into some really fraught conversations. So it is a statement of fact that on that journey to decarbonize, there will be unabated emissions. And if you can't judge which ones are good and which ones aren't, then the right response to that is to take responsibility for all of them. So you have this demand to take responsibility, and logically, if you removed offsetting as an option to do that, that responsibility wouldn't disappear. You'd have to come up with a different way to enact it. So there's no logical imperative for offsetting. Having said that, my view is, and has always been, offsetting is logically defensible. My initial thinking when we started looking at alternative models of responsibility was simply, it's logically defensible, but it's really, really hard to do technically. And that is why you have thousands of pages of guidance and hundreds of standards that seem to emerge every day, because it is very, very difficult to guarantee that claim, if not impossible. Because you don't only have the double count with host countries, you also have a potential double count with other companies. And so at any moment, a company thinking it's taken a good responsibility has tried to finance the right actions, tried to make the right claim, finds the whole thing blows up in its face 5 years later, as we've seen in the last year. So you have this mechanism designed to help you take responsibility and make credible claims that could blow up at any moment on you and completely outside your control. So I think, like I say, logically defensible, very hard to actually enact. I guess the question to my mind is, if it's not necessary, then is it worth it? Becomes the second question. And I think what we've seen in the last year, 2 years, has shown that it isn't, because companies have backed away from it in droves. But what we need to be really careful of is, in the backing away from offsetting, you don't actually just back away from the responsibility entirely, because you still do have unabated emissions. I guess the last thing I would say is, it's pretty clear the public doesn't trust the private sector, and the public doesn't trust government. We have some notable exceptions. The Nordic countries, Germany, for example, high integrity governments, but in the main, the public rightly doesn't trust either body. And what we're seeing in the gap there is an awful lot of business-led initiatives. So what we haven't done at all, in all of those things that we've quoted so far, is shown any led by credible NGOs, who are supposed to bear witness, supposed to represent the public, supposed to represent the atmosphere. So the one paper I would draw attention to would be WWF's Climate Blueprint. I think that was a really excellent move. There aren't many of those NGOs left. My other provocative comment is a lot of NGOs have been eroded. But WWF still stands. I really recommend looking at their blueprint as a way to think about responsibility.
Yeah, thank you, Owen, for showing the dilemma we're in, more or less. And also, for calling for independent guidance on this as well from, the public sector and NGOs. Teppo, you want to go next? And then Malin, perhaps?
No, in general, I would say that we shouldn't be closing off tools to channel private funds into climate action. So completely banning offset claims, I think would be the wrong move. Now, why offset claims are under such a scrutiny? Of course, there is a valid basis for that, because of greenwashing, because of perhaps well-intentioned but misjudged efforts by companies to focus more on offsetting than reducing their own emissions. And of course, yesterday there was a high-level session by the United Nations Secretary General where he was pushing quite strongly on scrutiny to offset claims. So let's not close it out completely. Let's focus on the integrity, but keep the tool in the toolbox. Now, then on the other hand, the question about can the contribution claims and credits towards them help increase global ambition, even though they play out towards the existing NDCs? I would be a bit optimistic about that, and I would say yes, because if we can fully utilize and operationalize this tool into channeling private funding into sectors where there has been a lack of movement so far, if it can be used to finding cost-effective measures and launching them or utilizing new technologies, then it might also encourage countries to up their game with regards to the NDCs. And we are, of course, in a critical junction because countries will need to update their NDCs in a couple of years. So hopefully this could also encourage countries to go further, because this would be a new tool in their toolbox.
Yeah, thank you, Teppo. Malin, do you have to add something here?
Yes, I think so. Your question in regard to ban the climate neutrality on product, I think you refer to the European decision, and the position of the German government is that in regard to corporates, we wouldn't like to ban the offset claim or claiming climate neutrality, because we would like to see a competition among corporates competing on who is the best climate corporate. So, and that is one part of that, to have this highest goal in a way. And we received also quite clear feedback from one German corporate that said, if that is banned, then it's quite clear for them that they will reduce the volume of the money they are able to invest in climate projects, as that is simply not really attractive for them. Of course, I mean, if you have always to think about how to incentivize or mobilize the private sector to invest voluntarily. So and they want to get out something out of that, and that is, of course, you have to build truthworthy, credible claims. That is for sure. But to ban is, in my and our view, the wrong approach.
Yeah, thank you very much.
David,
yeah, David, please.
Happy to add. I think it really depends on the industry you're in. So in 2021, E.ON has sourced roughly 1% of the global VCM. And we don't use any credits for our own climate targets. We have reduction targets, short-term reduction targets, because that's what matters. It's time. And we use the credits to give customers access to this. So customers like living in rents, having to rely on natural gas for their heating, they can't influence the heating technology, they want to buy compensated gas. So that's what we're offering. And of course we make these, I don't believe in these long-term net zero claims, because this can, in the end, it leads to, I always call it reverse hockey sticks. You reduce until the end, and then in the final year of net zero commitment, you start compensating. And so all these commitments for 2040 just somewhat distract from short-term reduction. And I think that's why we have to have this credibility on really focus on reduction targets, compensation on top. But if we now ban these net zero commitments, everybody wants to hear it. It's a capital market instrument. Capital markets want to see net zero targets on corporates. That's why everyone fulfills it. All board members say, I don't care about it because I will be dead by the year that has to be delivered upon. The next board members can actually deliver on this. So everyone agrees on these net zero targets. I think it's more about we need to, if we really want to activate this market, we need to talk about compensation on top of reduction targets short term. Whether it leads to net zero or not, it's a different question.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. We have a range of different views. I would allow the audience to still come up with a few questions to use the last few minutes we have. I see many hands. Please, come forward.
Hi. Oh.
And please introduce yourself and also to whom you direct your question in the panel or to all panelists.
Yes, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Leonie Schiedek from the EY Center for Climate Policy, and thank you so much for the very interesting insights. So for me, having worked with the Nordics a lot, I would be very interested in hearing more about what do the Nordics have in mind when they are talking about Article 6? So I know that, for example, Sweden is very engaged in already making connections with different host countries. But I would be particularly interested, so how is it for Finland, for example? Maybe also for this COP, is there any plans from the Finnish government, like how they want to work around Article 6? Do they want to focus on capacity building or engaging with countries? And of course, this could also be a question for Germany, what are your goals for this COP regarding Article 6?
Thank you. Yeah, Teppo, Malin, perhaps a very brief answer that we have the chance to still take.
I just understood Article 6. What was the question?
Thank you. The goals of your governments on Article 6 for this COP, and also in general, which way are you going on Article 6?
Teppo, please.
So Nordic countries have different approaches on Article 6. I know that, for example, Sweden is planning to utilize 6.2 to reach their own carbon neutrality target. So a portion of their target would be done in cooperation with countries such as Ghana. The Finnish government so far has not considered this option, so we have a carbon neutrality goal of 2035, so going beyond the EU NDC. I'd say that I would be open to consider, from my perspective, the possibility of making a portion also in international cooperation. But currently, Finland is focusing more on building a robust Article 6, which I think is, of course, good. That even though we wouldn't use it, of course, we want to contribute into it being a very useful tool. And I was hearing the global stocktake discussion yesterday, and probably there was quite a strong call from countries from the global north and from the global south to include a strong reference to Article 6 in the global stocktake. And I think, of course, that's a good development. And of course, there is also the 6.4 for companies, for the VCM. And of course, that is something that I think Finland should be very strongly advocating and also utilizing ourselves.
Thank you. Malin, do you want to add something, or should we take another question from the floor?
I can just, maybe we can take this question afterwards.
Perfect.
Yeah, hello, my name is Simon Pfluger from Climate and Company, and I wanted to refer to a little bit of a best practice. So Switzerland has already this cooperation with Ghana, and there's a company that implements it for them, basically. And you hear from them that the number one fact, what provides them legal certainty to use this mechanism, is the bilateral agreement between Switzerland and Ghana. And I respect the fact that in the EU, you cannot obviously use it towards NDC purposes, because we agreed that we don't want to use it towards those purposes. However, I think it's time to start thinking about maybe signing bilateral agreements between EU countries and host countries, or why not harmonizing and actually the EU as a whole starting to regulate this. And I think this addresses a lot also the concerns of a private company, because what they want is legal certainty. And you have this best practice in Switzerland, and they are really happy that the Ministry of Environment deals these issues with the government. So my question is, how do you see the path bilaterally between all the 27 EU countries and the host countries, or is there also possibility to do this as a EU as a whole?
So we have 1 minute. Marlene, do you think you can answer this in 1 minute?
1 minute. Yes. According to my knowledge, the private companies could also use the under the roof of the SWIFT MOU with other countries, if you would like to. There is a clause in there that you could approach. But yes, of course, you can do that, but it's very cumbersome. You can ask Switzerland how cumbersome it is or Sweden, by the way. I see someone in the back. There is also other options how governments could support their corporates. For instance, if we have within our bilateral climate project, we also developed in certain project quite well-developed design documents, but we can't implement them. And there, private corporates comes in and say, okay, we would like to implement it. So there we have already made that. But that is not structured in a way. It's, yeah, that's our approach so far.
Yeah, thank you. And perhaps there's a chance to also bilaterally talk a little bit. And now we'll be closing the event. And yeah, please join me also in an applause for our great panel here. Thank you so much for coming today. And yeah, stay around. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this side event jointly hosted by Wenger Law and the Nordic Council of Ministers. My name is Catherine Wenger. I'm a climate lawyer and managing partner of Wenger Law, and today we will be launching a report on financing solutions and sources for responding to loss and damage that was commissioned by the NCM. Amid the speedy adoption of the Loss and Damage Fund and more than $500 million pledged so far, we are off to a positive start. However, more is needed. In our study, we have investigated financing options in markets and mechanisms, taxation and levies, insurance, and the private sector to enhance finance for loss and damage. I am proud to announce that with us today, we have ministerial and high-level speakers and panelists to help us move the discourse even further and unpack the potential of these innovative financing sources and solutions. Without further ado, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Mr. Ole Tanke, the Undersecretary for Development Policy in Denmark. In his more than 2 decades working for the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he has served as ambassador for the Royal Danish Embassy in Kenya, Pakistan, and Bolivia, in which the consequences of climate change were high on the ambassadorial agenda. He has also in-depth experience with development cooperation and climate financing, and is a Knight of the Order of Dannebrog. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, Catherine. First of all, for inviting me here. It's really great to be here at this event and see so many of you gathered to discuss this really important topic. And I also need to congratulate the Nordic Council of Ministers, because they are the ones paying for this show, or at least they paid for the report. And again, which I think is great, that the Nordic countries are really throwing themselves into this discussion. Also because, I mean, we've been having climate finance as a discussion at COPs and at a global level for decades now. I actually wrote my master thesis on how to attract more private financing to developing countries, and that's a few years ago. And the challenge is that we are not there, and we really need to look beyond what we have right now of solutions to move this agenda forward. A perfect example of this is the recent emission gap report that I'm actually witnessing later today, the launch of that. But the figures in that is that the cost of adaptation, they have estimated to around $250 to $387 billion per year. And in the 55 most vulnerable countries, the issue of loss and damage are costing them around $500 billion in the last 2 decades. Alone in 2022, $109 billion will be lost in those countries because of the changing climate. And yes, it is estimated, and I will not go into how they calculated that, but still it gives an idea of the magnitude of the challenge that we are facing. And also because most of the climate finance that we have actually been able to raise these past 10 years are mainly going to the developed countries, the OECD countries, whereas the flows to the emerging markets are much more difficult to get going. And if you then compare to how much ODA do we have available, the figures from last year said that actually there was a record in 2022 of global ODA of a bit more than $200 billion US. But comparing that with what we are facing in terms of the needs of financing, there's no way our public ODA financing can take us there. So that's why this has been an ongoing topic on the COPs, and why COP27, they decided to, quote, identify and expanding the sources of funding, and they also recognized that we need a wide variety of sources, including innovative measures. So again, just to come back to this report that will be discussed very soon, this is really, really good timing because this is on the top of the political agenda and will be in the years to come. The study covers all the different variety of financing. We're talking about public financing, private financing, how to catalyze guarantees, blended finance, green or catastrophe bonds that are out there, carbon trading, loan swaps, etc., etc. And then it also touches upon a very important theme that has been discussed over and over again, international levies on could be, for instance, airplane tickets or air fuel or shipping, which has been discussed in the IMO. And that is something, because Denmark, we are a proud shipping nation, and we have been really actively engaged in the IMO negotiations on this topic. How can we have a levy for international shipping that can either green the shipping sector or that could even contribute to international funds such as the Loss and Damage Fund. And there's a lot of international initiatives that are pushing this agenda and make it gain a lot of traction these days. Lately in Paris, it was on the agenda on the new Global Financing Pact. There's a consortium led by, I believe, one of the panelists, Benito, and the late Samil Hook, that promotes international climate solidarity levying. I was at the Africa Climate Summit in September this year, where those of you who read the declaration, one of the most important things in that declaration, in my opinion, was their push for international levies or taxes, either on carbon or shipping or airplanes, etc. So there's a lot of momentum now for this agenda and political push that we need to think in this direction. On top of this agenda, just a couple of examples of how Denmark and how we try to work on this and how to really be a bit innovative in how we work. We have just launched a new guarantee scheme by Denmark with $285 million. We are working very closely with Sweden to really push green financing. We have just today actually launched a blended finance instrument that we work together with the US and the other Nordic countries. And the first transaction of that has actually already been undertaken of $1 billion US. And then finally, we are also working together with Global Shield, where I participated at an event yesterday, which I believe actually has a lot of potential also, because it's all a matter of making an insurance scheme at regional basis to spread out the risk and have diverse countries in it, so that when the catastrophe hits, then there will be an insurance company that can pay. A challenge is that the reinsuring companies behind all of that, they are increasing the premium because they have also listened to all the scientists who says that we will see more and more of these events, and therefore, of course, it has to be a business for them. So there will be some challenge in that moving forward. But in closing, I really want to thank you, Catherine, for all the hard work you have done, of course, together with all your colleagues and the great team behind you. And I really hope that this report can spur some political debate on this topic and move it forward, because I believe this will be a political debate in the years to come, in the COPs to come. So we haven't seen the last thing of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ola Tonke, for your very inspiring speech and insightful comments. I think, luckily, we need more ODA, and Ola has already actually highlighted some of the key findings of the report in regards to taxation of carbon and shipping, and how we can go about doing that. And I'm also happy to hear about the newly launched guarantee and the blended finance. Thank you so much again. And now, please welcome our second keynote speaker, Mr. Mattias Frommery, Sweden's climate ambassador and head of delegation for the UNFCCC. He is engaged in the transition to climate-smart societies globally and climate diplomacy to increase ambition in implementing the Paris Agreement. He has more than 20 years' experience in working as a diplomat in the Swedish Foreign Service, as well as EU advisor at the Office of the Swedish Prime Minister. In addition to postings in Budapest and Brussels, Mr. Frommery has worked on issues related to Europe and the EU, Africa and the US, as well as managed teams on EU single market, strategic communications and planning. Please welcome Mattias.
Thank you so much for that trip down memory lane as well, in terms of my CV. Apologies for running slightly late. So good to be here in our neighboring, I think we have the Swedish pavilion just next door. So I'm trying not to speak too loud in order sort of to being too loud in relation to our Swedish neighbors here. But thanks so much for hosting this event. As you know, the issue of loss and damage has been rising on the agenda in terms of the negotiations for the past couple of years. We are now, I think you have already acknowledged, I suppose, at the outset of this session, also the historic decision which has been taken already at the first day of this COP. And I think thanks to Heike and many others who were working hard in the transitional committee during the course of the year, we actually had a recommendation for a decision here at the COP. And indeed have been able to mobilize already quite substantial resources for the fund itself. Now, I think it's fair to say, though, that however much money that we are able to raise and mobilize at this session and going forward, what we're seeing is that the demand for finance for what we in this process call loss and damage will be increasing. And that is something which we as donors, of course, need to be considering how we can respond to, but it's also something which I believe that we as a global community here at the COPs need to consider how we can respond to even more effectively. Setting up the fund is, of course, one key element of that, and getting maybe a better understanding between ourselves also what we mean when we talk about loss and damage. I think that has been one part of the conversation during this past year, but also previously, and I think it will continue to be going forward. What is it that we mean when we talk about loss and damage? For example, in the Swedish system, we did an overview of funding which we have made available for what we within the Paris Agreement define as loss and damage. So building an Article 8, sort of going through the catalog, I think is sort of 7, 8, 9, 10 elements in Article 8 in terms of what Article 8 defines as loss and damage. We went through our funding systems, and during the period 2021 to 2023, we have been providing 9.5 billion Swedish krona for activities in that kind of area. Now, my CEDA colleagues are very clear to point out that this is not funding for loss and damage, because it's not 9.5 billion Swedish krona for loss and damage, but rather 9.5 billion which have been somewhere around sort of for those kind of activities. And that in itself, I guess, also speaks to potential complexities in sort of defining what are these funding streams, and is there maybe a need also to define much more clearly, what is loss and damage funding? One option which I think has been discussed previously, I'm not sure what the status of that, we might hear that from the panel later, should there be a work within the OECD DAC, for example, to define even further or set a marker for what is loss and damage funding, something which has been considered. I'm not sure whether that is an idea to be pursued, but of course in some ways that would simplify the conversation in terms of how to make these kind of definitions. On the other hand, of course, setting those kind of definitions itself might take, quite some time in order to arrive at those. And we would hear, I see Diane here as well, we've been having conversations within the Standing Committee on Finance where we have the issue of definition of climate finance, where we're hearing that the definitions that we're setting in the OECD DAC, for example, are not sort of universally decided. So it's something which we are, who are in the DAC, set for ourselves, so to speak. And in that sense, it's not something which we then automatically could expect that all countries, for example, within the UNFCCC process should buy into, which I think is a perfectly logical line of reasoning. And of course, then you could say, well, maybe we should have that conversation here within the UNFCCC, building on what we have defined in the OECD DAC. But of course, then, there are other potential reflections which might come into that conversation as well. So I think in whatever way we turn, there are always some other issues which might come into that kind of conversation on the definitions of loss and damage. And I think at the end, I would think that all of us here in this room, and hopefully, we as a global community, what we want to achieve is to make sure that in this particular case, that the people who are affected by climate-related disasters are getting the kind of support that they need. We can spend hours and hours and years at these kind of meetings to venture into definitions, but at the end what we want to achieve is making sure that we're building more resilient societies. And that is the kind of approach that I hope that we from the Swedish side can be providing as well, in terms of working together with partner countries to build these more resilient societies, by working on capacity building, making sure that we're building regulatory environments, making sure that we have early warning systems available, both at the national, regional, and local level, and making sure that we have these kind of capacities in place so that societies can meet whatever kind of challenges that come, be it because of climate change or others. Because, of course, these systems that we're building hopefully are not only sort of there to respond to the challenges of climate change, but also to wider potential challenges which countries may face. So again, thanks to the Nordic Council of Ministers for arranging this, for making the reports, which now the second time round, we had a report last year as well, and for diving into this particular topic and sort of looking into what are the potential ways to respond to loss and damage, and looking also into various sort of new forms of innovative finance. I think there will be other conversations also now during these 2 weeks on innovative finance more generally. And I think if there is an opportunity then for sort of the loss and damage community to link into that conversation on these various innovative finance flows, I think that could be also hopefully a good outcome from this COP meeting. I know, for example, my minister will be participating in conversation on the role of the aviation sector, for example, when it comes to innovative finance. I know Irish colleagues are also working on various suggestions when it comes to innovative finance. So there are, and I see Benito here being here as well, who has put forward a number of suggestions when it comes to innovative finance. So I think there are so many ideas around, and of course, all of us can be working with these in our various bilateral capacities, and let's see also what we then can arrive at jointly here at the COP meeting to take this issue forward in a way which then again creates more resilient societies globally. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Matthias, for your valuable insights and your perspectives. I think you make some really good observations, and especially I was drawn to your observation about the end goal here, which is to build resilience to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage, which is why we are here in this room, and we should not forget that. And also how the importance of the loss and damage community to link into the wider discussion that is ongoing now at the COP, because we're 100,000 people here and we're all striving to make a difference. So, let's go. Thank you again. Moving forward to our next part of our event, please allow me to introduce one of the project team members, Mr. Sanke Kraft, who will be joining me in giving a very quick overview of the study we are launching today and hopefully give you reason to read it. Mr. Kraft serves as the deputy head of the Risk and Adaptation Department at the United Nations University Institute of Environment and Human Society, and he also leads the work of the Munich Insurance Initiative, MCII. So the study is written by prominent experts in the field of climate change and loss and damage, and the authors are listed here, in addition to Sönke and myself, include Mr. Ralston Moore, Professor Christina Vogt, and Mr. Manuel Bueno. And the study gives a complete, comprehensive assessment of 4 main areas, with 1 chapter for each. In short, there are varying degrees for potential for the many different sources and solutions. Several areas, for example, markets and mechanisms, have not previously been comprehensively assessed from a loss and damage lens. And the study brings to light new and interesting aspects. It looks into the Paris Agreement's Articles 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8, including the share of proceeds, which we all know very well. It also assesses the potential of the voluntary carbon market and the nascent nature credit market. One key opportunity, however, in this area is to establish a private sector mechanism for financing loss and damage tied to the Loss and Damage Fund. This mechanism can establish a framework stipulating the criteria for private sector financing of loss and damage, creating verified claims or tradable units that can be utilized by the private sector to showcase and report on the type and level of loss and damage benefits they are financing. Early movers in these mechanisms are likely to be state-owned enterprises and companies aiming to be climate champions. The study also reviews the taxation, which has already been highlighted as one of the key opportunities here, for example, in the shipping and aviation sector, as well as the fossil fuel industry. And several of the panel experts here today, as well as we've heard the keynote speakers, have in-depth knowledge of the air passenger levy and its potential for financing climate action. Here, however, I would like to highlight an opportunity that straddles the international sphere of taxation and could be made possible by bilateral agreements between ambitious countries, a levy on international aviation fuels. The time could be ripe to revisit regional or bilateral aviation agreements and put a price on carbon for international fuels that has historically been exempted due to ICAO guidelines that were agreed at the time when the aviation industry was in its early stages. To throw in a number, if all countries agree to a levy on international aviation fuel, the potential annual revenue is about 20 to 26 billion US dollars per year. Another opportunity that is just around the corner this next year is to encourage the IMO to set aside a small share of its revenues to the Loss and Damage Fund from its yet-to-be-agreed measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping, much in the same veins as the share of proceeds are working. A small percentage of the proceeds could give a stable revenue stream that, regardless of its size, I'm sure will be welcomed by the UNFCCC community.
Thank you. I quickly give you an overview about the insurance chapter. So basically, the insurance chapter discusses also the ambiguity to see insurance as a source to finance loss and damage or as an instrument to address loss and damage. We discussed the general role of insurance in loss and damage, be it from like assessing loss and damage, but also providing crucial incentives in loss and damage and addressing loss and damage. Then, of course, the payout function of insurance, clearly in the case of an insured loss and damage event, but also providing certainty for decision-making, de-risking productive activities as a function of insurance. The framing of the assignment was to focus really on the element of innovation. So the paper looks into some new products that could be discussed as part of the loss and damage funding arrangement or the loss and damage fund. They are on the left of the slides. In terms of take-home message, really the paper concludes that insurance is one color of the rainbow in addressing loss and damage. It's not, of course, not the full suit. both for the Loss and Damage Fund and the funding arrangement. And it discusses concrete policy recommendation in the field of innovation, but also in system building to address loss and damage through insurance and the element of transparency and accountability.
Please, thank you. I think, we also jumped ahead, but we also, of course, have an in-depth study of the private sector focus, which you can see here includes catastrophe bonds, debt swaps agreements, guarantees, result-based payments, risk pooling, front-loading, grant commitments, philanthropy, and credit card fees. And one of the two key findings from the report, of course there are many, is that there is a need for governments to incentivize private sector, and as we've heard from the keynote speaker Ola Tanke, that this is already ongoing. A lot of governments are already onto this field, and for example, debt swaps as well could be arranged for loss and damage activities, for assisted migration and development and contingency plans, and not to forget the option of enhancing philanthropy. They have a clear potential of being more prominent motivators in philanthropic donations, and this could also and to put loss and damage on their agenda could definitely be an opportunity that we shouldn't miss. And now, please let me introduce, for the next part of our session, the facilitator for the panel discussion, Frode Nergård. Many of you already know Frode as the co-chair of the WIM Executive Committee for Loss and Damage and advisor to the transitional committee that successfully delivered this recommendation that made it possible to agree on the Loss and Damage Fund and funding arrangements a few days ago. Frode has more than 30 years of experience from climate and international development cooperation as a diplomat of Denmark's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where he currently holds the position as chief advisor in the Department of Green Diplomacy and Climate, and is the lead climate negotiator with specific focus on loss and damage. Please, a warm welcome to Frode.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I'm very honored to be here today and to be moderating this panel discussion on this really timely subject. I'd like to introduce the panel. We had hoped to have a couple of others in the panel, as you might see on the screen, but we all know how it is during a COP. There are negotiating obligations that sometimes collide with other things. But I'm still very, very honored also to now invite our two panelists, Jean-Christophe Donnellier and Heike Hein, to the stage here. And let me briefly introduce our two panelists to the podium. Dr. Heike Hein is Director for Climate, Energy and Environment and Commissioner for Climate Policy and Climate Finance at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Ms. Hen? Lovely. Ms. Hen has almost 30 years of experience in the sector. Since 2003, she has been working in BMZ in various positions as coordinator of German G8 Africa personnel representatives. But I want to highlight here also very much, Heike Hein, your role during the last year in the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage. Then let me turn also to Diane Black-Lane. Good to have you. Ms. Diane Black-Lane is Antigua's and Barbuda's Ambassador of Climate Change. She is currently the director of the Department of Environment of Antigua and Barbuda. Since 2008, she's been the lead negotiator on climate change for Antigua and Barbuda and one of the lead negotiators of AOSIS and G77 and China. Ms. Lane also served on the Transitional Committee for the Green Climate Fund and has been a board member of the DCF, and most recently, of course, also representing SIDS, the Small Island Development States, as a member of the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage. And last but not least, Jean-Christophe Donnellier, my good friend. Good to have you. Jean-Christophe is currently Chief of the Internal Audit of the French Treasury. He's been a French representative at the board of the Green Climate Fund, of which he has been co-chair from 2021 to 2023, I believe. And prior to that, you have served in various roles, I think at your embassy in London. You have been interministerial undersecretary in charge of technical cooperation, Minister Council for Economic and Financial Affairs at the French delegation to the OECD, and that's where we met 10 years ago, and also representing your country in the Development Assistance Committee and served as a co-chair of that committee. So welcome indeed. Let me try also now, within the limited time we have, to manage this time. I would like to kick off with a discussion on which you're welcome, just to give you immediate brief comments. And it's about what happened during the opening plenary here at the COP. And to some of us who've been in this, it was unprecedented. We had a decision taken at the first day of the COP on the work that you've been contributing with over the last year. Thanks to you, a proposal was tabled, and it was presented, and it was adopted. And not only that, on top of that, we had pledging of more than $1 billion US, if I believe correctly. Not yet. Well, getting there, hopefully. But at least it came in by the hundreds during the course of the plenary session. So my first opening question to you is, I would like to have your first brief and immediate reaction to this opening of the COP and the way in which the work that you had contributed to was then taken on at that first. Diane, please, you can start.
Well, it was surreal. I don't think I've stopped smiling since. And then afterwards, it's like, what am I going to do for the other 2 weeks? I'm just like trying to, surface. I mean, and then what was great is that, and I know forming this fund was tough. And in the room, I made sure I was there. We saw persons from both developed and developing countries celebrating. And so it was great to see that all of us felt it was a win for all of us. So, so that was important to us as AOCs as well to see. That Heike and everybody else on the committee felt good about it too.
Thank you. Over to you, Heike.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us and putting this topic on the agenda. And I must say, I very much enjoyed the Nordic cooperation also in the TC. So seeing also Georg and thinking about Jens and colleagues. And of course, the two of you. Okay, I think I was very anxious, very moved then when the decision came on substance of the decision, the fund finally. And also, I must admit, I was very anxious if we can pull off the matching with the UAE, because it was so exciting until the last second. And then after stopping smiling, I really sincerely still hope that this sign of trust and the sign that we can find solutions and can find compromise, that it really keeps us, or the ambition up for the important mitigation discussions we have, and of course on adaptation, because we know we need adaptation and mitigation if we want to reduce the losses and damages.
Yeah, Jean-Christophe.
Yes. Is it working? Yeah. Well, 3 words: surprise, pride, and responsibilities. Surprise because. I offered you mine. Okay.
Yeah, and keep it close.
That's the good cooperation between Germany and France during the whole debates on loss and damage. Yeah, surprised because not about the decision, even though it was not a given, but because of the huge round of applause which follows the adoption, which makes me realize even more how much this issue and the decision is of an existential importance for billions of people around the world. Pride, because yeah, it was not as well given to be able to get to that point. So yeah, I'm proud of being part with Diane and Eike, and I see Georg in the back there from Norway, part of this achievement. And the responsibilities, well, I think we have special responsibility as TC members to make sure that this decision will be implemented correctly, properly, and as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, Jean-Christophe, and all the three of you, and thanks also to George there at the back. I think you have showed and helped demonstrate that multilateralism works actually, and I think that's something that's not just a small feat. So my next question relates to, I'm going back to COP27, and I recall also that my Undersecretary of State, Ole Tonke, you already referred to the decision at COP27 at which it was decided that in fact the Transitional Committee should consider identifying and expanding sources of funding, including working on widening the variety of sources and innovative sources of funding. So my question is, how successful have you been in this? I mean, what do you see has happened over the course of this year and that has really contributed to delivering on this task that COP27 was given to, I believe, the Transitional Committee, but say the wider international community? So, Diane, would you like to start again?
Yeah, so for me personally, for Antigua and Barbuda, as well as maybe some AOSs, we know that public funding is not going to be enough. And we must move to get funding from other sources. I think the negotiation on that was a bit tough, but the decision, the way that is crafted, requires a lot of work by the board and whoever is the executive secretary of the fund. We have similar language to that in the Green Climate Fund to operationalize that, but that hasn't been done to date. So I think the next step, at least for us in AOSIS, is to push for the full operationalization of that clause in the governance instrument.
Thank you, and I'm taking the same order over, so your response to my question.
Yeah,
how successful have you been?
I'm a bit afraid that I now got Jean-Christophe's mic, but it's working. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand side, not very successful because we have just like a couple of words on this. On the other hand, I think it played a role, an important role in the workshops, and also I think until the Paris summit it was very present in our discussions, and I think what we achieved, that there's broad agreement, I think, in the TC, and now in the decision that this is needed. And that, yes, public, but also private. And I think also what we achieved, listening to the authors, and thank you for the report, that on prearranged finance and funding arrangements, we had this kind of discussion about insurance, about contingency plans, about climate clauses in loans. So what can we do beforehand to set up financing in a more efficient and effective way? So this is also even mentioned with prearranged finance at one of the pages, I cannot remember. So we had this kind of discussion, but looking forward, and that will then be my last point, I think that we agreed that the decision will be taken outside the TC and outside the board on levies or taxes or whatever. But what we then also in the TC, but more importantly, with the responsibility how the fund will be set up, have to do that it is delivering in an effective way so that it can attract also these innovative sources, and that from the impact side but also from the structure of the fund, it neither just limits what can come into the fund and is just not functioning. It has to function to attract also financing, and I think this is a responsibility we have to take seriously.
Thank you, Heike. Jean-Christophe.
Well, I wish it could take me 10 minutes to explain, but as you say, Heike, we didn't achieve a lot. What we did, it will show that it's important nevertheless. Okay. Thank you, Heike.
Still German, French.
What we did is first, and you have said that, both of you, we popularized the idea that innovative sources have to be part of the sourcing and have to be part of the solution for a fund like the L&D fund. And second, we have made sure that whatever the institutional arrangement will be, whether it will still be the FIF after 4 years or not, this institutional arrangement will allow for the fund to be able to be sourced by any kind of innovative sources. So that's a very important decision, because when I was co-chairing the GCF, we realized that was not really the case, and that we have some institutional difficulties to get some kind of innovative sources of financing. So at least we did that. But going beyond that, maybe we could have done something. I don't think so. I think it was not the proper forum to do that, and not the proper level of people. And this is why I put a lot of hope in the task force that President Ruto and President Macron did launch here, and I hope it will get momentum in the coming months to gather some other countries, and Barbados is already in, so that's an important first step, and I hope many will join and will make progress. The idea, the objective, is to make proposal to the COP30. Actually, so we have 2 years to reflect on what kind of innovative sources could be used, and what kind of political difficulties has to be overcome to get to that point.
Thank you very much. I know we are running against time, but I have been told that we could maybe run over just about 5 minutes. So I would like to ask you a third and last question, because now we've seen this report, and it has laid out the options that were presented here, quite a number of potential instruments that could be explored, could be scaled up. I'd like to, and you have to be relatively short, and I know this is a big question, so it doesn't justify the time we have for it, but my question simply is, which of these examples that this study has included and that are also out there, which of these examples of innovative solutions to mobilizing finance do you see as the most promising, politically, technically, if you will, to really get traction on and scale up? So if you allow me to give you a very short time for this big question, again, Diane, please.
So all of these areas have already been taxed. And I think what will be innovative in the process is whether or not we can tax it and put it into an international fund. And I think that would be the challenge, and will require, definitely the TC members didn't have that political capital to spend. They're thinking about it, and it has to be a political decision to be innovative in the way that what we do with the taxes, and not collect them and then keep it. Because we have seen that before, where countries would charge a climate tax on and then keep it, and did not remit enough money. They depended on the Treasury to put that money into an international fund. So we're open to any of those ideas, but we have to make sure that the fund go into the international multilateral funds and available to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Heike, please.
Thank you. I can never contradict my minister, and in this case, I also don't want to. So from my perspective, a tax or levy linked to shipping, air, or fossil fuel production, anything that links emissions to then also payments is something that is understandable, I think, and I'm hopeful that we get there.
Please.
Well, I think this, whatever system we are going to develop, it has to be compliant with three principles. The first, and you mentioned it, Aker, it has to make the global tax system more fair in terms of taxing carbon emission. And that's important that we target the sectors which are not enough taxed as far as carbon emission is concerned. And part of them, there are many of them, President Macron used to say, and he said it again 3 days ago, the global architecture is not pricing well enough the cost of climate. But I would suggest that the global tax system is not taxing enough some area as well. So it's not fair enough in terms. So that's the first characteristic. The second, it has to be very soft on the most vulnerable people. And if not, it has to be found some way of redistributing this amount of money to the most vulnerable country by country, actually. And third, it has to be at scale. And I don't know what kind of scale you were referring in your report, but the task force is looking for dozens of billion, not dozens of million, dozens of billion of dollars, something like 40, 50, 60, and maybe $100 billion. In that perspective, I would suggest that the easiest would be the aviation, just because it's already working in 20 plus countries, such as France and other Austria and others, probably in some Nordic country as well. Yeah. So, and that would be the easiest to me. The most rational to me would be the maritime shipping, because obviously they are not taxed enough in relation to the emission of carbon. But I don't want to exclude anyone, because I would be happy with anyone, actually.
Thank you. On that note, Jean-Christophe, I think we want to thank you very much, and I would love to have time for questions from the audience. I will make an exception, because I would like to, Benito, but you have 30 seconds, Benito. Because your work on this for decades, I think, but please, very, very briefly, Benito, we are about to close. You can shout.
Yeah. It works, okay. So, 30 very long seconds. I read the report with great interest, or lots of it, and there are two things which I would like to highlight, two things which I've been working on for some time. One is a share of proceeds in the voluntary carbon market, and the other one is these air ticket levies, container charges, these what we call climate solidarity levies, right? In terms of the voluntary carbon market, I think the report is a little bit unfair by saying
keep the mic closer to your mouth.
A little bit unfair by saying that the VCM is unlikely to be useful in direct funding for the loss and damage fund. Let's keep in mind the Energy Transition Accelerator of the US has a share of proceeds. The State Department is currently pushing for a share of proceeds in CORSIA. So if we do all these things, it's going to come. But the point is, whether it's adaptation or loss and damage, it's a new form, and we need to push it. Okay. We shouldn't pitch adaptation against loss and damage funding. That is.
Thank you, Benito. And you are having
one more second.
A side event on this on the 8th of December.
Yes. No, we have a side event on the climate solidarity levies, which were founded by me and Salim, the late Salim ul Haq, and we have the flyers are there. And basically, it's how we can do the air ticket levies or the container charges, all that sort of stuff from bottom up, by countries getting together and doing it now, not waiting for an international agreement. That's the main thing.
Thank you, Benito. Thank you. And with that, Catherine, over to you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. Please say a big thank you to the panel. Thank you so much for coming. And just be seated for a few seconds while I wrap this up. I think there have been said so many great things, and I just want to highlight one, which was said by Henke, that if we can find trust, solution, and compromise in loss and damage, I think we have gone a very, very long way since I was negotiating this in Paris in 2015. So if that is any hope for the future, I think we can see ahead for the next five to 10 years and see we don't even know where we will be. Finally, the study is available to download. You can find the flyers. Anna there has some flyers in which you can have direct access to the report. And if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me on the email you find there. And I'm very happy that the report is already giving a lot of enthusiasm. Thank you for the comment by Professor Benito Müller. And yeah, thank you so much for coming, everyone.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming to our conversation this afternoon on blended finance to mobilize private investment into climate adaptation. It brings me great pleasure to ask to open our session today His Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Trade and Development of Finland. Mr. Tavio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to see you all here today. I would like to warmly welcome you to this event and to boost the effective use of blended finance. The topic of this event suits me particularly well as I am Minister for both trade and development. As in other Nordic countries, we in Finland believe that both public and private investments are crucial in the clean transition, both back home and in the developing countries. Public-private cooperation is necessary. The innovativeness and effectiveness of the private sector will be essential in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, in Finland, we see climate-neutral steel, chemical and fertilizer industry taking off. They can have a significant effect on reducing Finland's emissions and global emissions. Unfortunately, the real and perceived risk of operating in emerging markets hinder private sector investments. Blended finance is one important tool to overcome this challenge, but it's not yet fully delivering on its potential. Finland has been scaling up its blended finance operations since 2016. Just this morning, we announced our joint commitment with USA and other Nordic countries to work together to mobilize private capital into emerging and developing markets. NDF is an important partner for us in blended finance. Our financing instruments complement each other. On Saturday, Finland announced a joint investment with NDF and others in ArcaFim, an adaptation blended finance vehicle developed by IFAD. Our investment will be 32 million euros, and it will be matched 1-to-1 by a private bank. I am confident that the adaptation investment criteria and the innovative financing mechanism of ArcaFim will act as an example and help scale up other adaptation interventions as well. One more example. Last Friday, we announced an additional investment of 20 million euros into Asian Development Bank ADB's Ventures Fund at Slush, the largest startup event in the world, as you know, held annually in Helsinki. ADB Ventures invest in startups developing scalable digital technologies in Asia. Both Finland and NDF have invested in the original ADB Ventures Investments Fund, which has emphasized Nordic leadership and influence in the fund. The follow-up fund aims to mobilize $200 million of other finance. I trust we will continue this good partnership to display Nordic private sector solutions and leadership in blended finance. Let us use this opportunity to discuss concrete solutions to mobilize finance to adaptation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Tavio, and thank you for starting with actual business transactions that are supported by your work. That's wonderful. I'm going to introduce our panelists, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of a backdrop on blended finance for adaptation, what the statistics, what the field looks like, and then we will turn to a panel discussion. So first of all, I'm delighted to introduce Minister Diokno from the Philippines, who is not only the Secretary of Finance of the Philippines, but also chairs the G24. So he's able to give to us both a Filipino voice as well as a voice of the G24 more broadly. We also have Karen Isaacson from NDF and my old friend Marc-André Blanchard from CDPQ of Canada. And so welcome all of you, and please bear with me. Let me just set the table for you. I wanted to just show you, and don't stare at the details, but if you look at this graph, what you're seeing is OECD donor money plus multilateral money plus bilateral money going into climate in the past few years. You'll notice the bars get bigger, but the part of it that I want you to look at is the light purple at the top. Basically, $13 billion of private investment has been mobilized. Even though the bars get bigger, the amount of private money going into climate is not getting bigger. Within that is blended finance. Now, blended finance is a transaction where you have catalytic money that is not operating at market principles, such as the kind of money NDF often has at hand, to motivate private sector money into a transaction. So I'm going to skip this slide. So blended finance flows is something that we track, and we've just issued our State of Blended Finance for 2023. And I want to point out that the bars are not universally going up on this graph. They're going up and down. This past year, the amount of blended finance for climate dropped to 8 billion. Of that, 5 billion was for climate. The total flow of blended finance was 8. Blended finance for climate was 5. And the amount that went into adaptation was, as usual, less than $1 billion. It's idling at about 6 transactions a year. So it's very, very small. And adaptation is pretty tough in our markets. We're talking about business models that are unproven, revenue flows that are unclear. You really do need oftentimes a philanthropist or a donor agency to capture externalities, the positives that come out of it that aren't priced by the market. The only bright spot here is in Africa. The amount of money went up, but from a very low base. So we really have some work to do in the blended finance space. Marc-André is here representing the private sector. So let me show you a little bit about where the money for blended finance in climate comes from. If you look at this graph, it's year by year, where did the money come from? And again, it's hard to see, but the second to the top color in each bar is the private sector. It's less than $2 billion a year going into blended finance for climate. There is a large private sector appetite for climate finance, but investors such as CDPQ want familiar structures and they want scale. And adaptation finance is not there yet. So I want to go back to our cover slide, and I'm going to take the conversation to the real knowledge in the room, if I may. Give me just a moment. I'm trying not to use paper, and it causes this kind of a situation once in a while. So, Minister Diokno, I'd love to start with you. You represent, as I said, not only the Philippines right now, but also the G24. What sectors and projects do you want to see blended finance addressing in the climate space? And what is the most important sector? Is it renewables? Is it ag? Is it agroforestry? Do you have a view?
Well, I can say I'm speaking in behalf of the G24 because it's a very diverse group, right? But I can talk about the Philippines. In the Philippines, it's a mixed economy. Government's share of the economy is only 25%. It's mostly private, okay? Even the infrastructure is private. Telco is private, power and energy is private, water is private. So as you can see, we're talking of the kind of investment that's needed. The government cannot do this by itself. You really need the private sector, okay? And luckily for us, this administration has identified some 197 high-impact infrastructure flagship projects worth 8.7 trillion pesos or 155 billion US dollars. Okay? Now, each administration has only 6 years. Okay? That's it. You cannot be re-elected. Okay, so you got to do whatever you can do within those 6 years. So 197 top priority projects. 41 of these projects will be funded through public-private partnership. And it's mostly in energy. And so solar energy, wind energy, and so forth and so on. So there's strong potential for that, okay? We have, of course, part of it can be funded through official development assistance. Part of it can be funded through the national budget. And I keep telling this, that I consider climate crisis as an international public good. So it's the responsibility of every country, every community, every individual to do something about it, okay? And the Philippines is doing something about it by focusing on strengthening its fiscal fiscal house. You have to strengthen your fiscal house so you can address some of the needs for the climate crisis.
Thank you. Yeah, blended finance is there to patch a situation that isn't perfect, whether there's an overestimate of risk by the private sector or an underdevelopment of the investment ecosystem in the country. So it's really important that you take that situation and do the best with it before you introduce the concept of blended finance. Now, the Philippines has a pretty complicated situation, a lot of islands, a lot of generation issues, but also
7,200 islands.
7,200, but also
connect them physically and digitally. So that's the challenge. Okay.
And you also have a very heavy agricultural component to your economy.
That's a misconception. The share of agriculture in our country is only 10%. It's mostly services and industry. Okay.
Right. Thank you very much for your comments. I want to move to the opposite side of the financing equation. Marc-André Blanchard represents CDPQ, which is an institutional investor. And I was talking a minute ago about your need for scale and sort of standard vanilla products. So you've been personally at the epicenter of the private sector expressing the need to mobilize more private money using catalytic public money. If those parties who have the catalytic money, such as NDF, do more, and you were hearing the minister talk about some recent transactions, will the private sector step up? What will it take to get, say, CDPQ into the game?
So thank you, John, and thank you. It's an honor, Minister, to be with you and to see you again, and Karen. So we've been, 2 years ago, a lot of people were asking, what does the private sector want? And so we all came together, the institutional investors, and we said there are 4 major things, or depends, that we want is we need better project preparation. There's some project preparation that we cannot afford as investors. Second is we need de-risking for first loss de-risking. There are some geopolitical risk, country risk, all sorts of risk that on that front that it's not that we don't want any risk, it's that we need a risk-return equation that makes sense for the profile of risk that we can take. We are a pension fund in Canada and Quebec. We need the 6 million Quebecers are expecting us to pay them a pension when they retire, so we're not a charity, we're not philanthropy, we're obviously very interested to be part of the solution in the transition, but it needs to be the right risk-return equation. So that's the second part of the de-risking is important, and we'll come back to that. It's somehow a very tough one. The third one is the foreign exchange risk. The foreign exchange, so we invest in 60 countries at CDPQ. It's relatively new for us. When you talk about familiarity, Joan, and stuff, we don't know the emerging markets that well. We've been there only for 6 years, and we were one of the first to go out. And so it's a new world for us, and we learn. Just think about it. In the last 5 years, for each of the last 5 years, 25% of our returns in emerging markets have been eaten up by the foreign exchange risk. 25% of our return. That's significant. We report our results in Canadian dollar twice a year. So we need to find a way to resolve that issue. I didn't know I was so popular that to get thank you very much. It's better than what my mother would do. And the last part is the GEMS database. As I said, it's not the emerging markets are not totally familiar to us, so it's important that the experience of the MDBs be transparent to us, because when you don't know something in investment, you tend to overestimate the risk and underestimate the opportunities. So if we had access to the GEMS database that we've been asking for 2 years now, but that's an example of how we have to learn together, to work together better. The MDBs have said, yes, we will share the database, but it's a work in progress now for 18 months. We work at a speed of 2-3 months. Like so we need to work. You know, it's the level of trust probably that is not there between the institution. So we need to work faster together and better. The issue of the de-risking, everybody believes that the MDBs will be will become the big de-risking instruments for institutional investors. I agree that I'm pushing for MDB reform to optimize their balance sheet. But I was in a meeting this morning about the private capital mobilization. Actually, there's a role that the MDBs are doing very well. I have limited expectation that they can really de-risk us on a scale that we will need. You know, just to give you an example, the institutional investors like us, all of us in the world, were 900 times bigger than all of the MDBs together. Yet there's no financial instruments that is actually geared towards us. And as I said, venturing in LDCs or lower and middle income countries is new for us. So we need some time. So we need something like what was done when solar and wind started 25 years ago. There was huge incentive to go for the private, to give to the, and in some cases it was too much. But look at what has happened in 20 years. Now it's normal. 90% of the cost is down, and everybody does it like we issue bonds almost. And so we need to find a way. Capital is not going, as we've seen, where we as a society would want it to move. There's a reason for it. It's not because the investors are stupid. There's a reason. We need to find the answer to that question. And I actually believe that we need this catalytic money for a shorter, it's not that much. It actually, at the moment at the World Bank, and I'll finish on that, the private capital mobilization is 30 cents on the 30 cents of private capital money for $1 of public money. I actually believe that it should be, when we're talking about catalytic money, ultimately we're talking about $1 public dollar for $10 of private sector money. We need to go completely on another scale. And as I said, I'm not so sure the right de-risking instrument will come from the MDB. So where will they come from? This morning I was with the minister from Finland with IMCA, which is something that was launched, and with Sweden and Denmark and Finland, where they will provide catalytic funding. I actually have more hope in such platforms to actually deal with us directly. Or DFIs, like FinDev Canada in Canada, could be put on steroids. And actually, in Canada, we have $2 trillion of pension fund money. I'm not saying that all of it can go and be used but even if you use the smallest portion of it, it would be way bigger than any governmental money that the government can invest in climate outside of Canada. So, and we already do. We already own, we are the largest infrastructure investor in the world. We already we're one of the largest investor in renewables in the world, but we're not in Africa. We're a little bit in your country, but not enough. We are not in countries that are, in our view, a little bit more foreign and where we have less familiarity. So we need help. And I think time is of the essence, and it all goes through trust and partnership.
Let me go back to what Minister Diokno said about the fact that there is already a huge amount of private sector investment in infrastructure in the Philippines. I'm very familiar with Manila Water Company. I worked with them, for example, and that was a blended deal, by the way. All the investment money was at market terms. However, there was an element of JICA financing on the side that really helped make it an affordable proposition. So you have a lot of stuff in the infrastructure side in the Philippines. You're also an island economy, and with climate change, adaptation, I'm sure, is on your mind as well. You're an island economy, right? So can I put you on the spot, Marc-André? Have you seen an adaptation deal in the Philippines or anywhere else that you could sink your teeth into if it were blended? Have you even gotten there? You were just talking renewables. They have renewables, and they have private sector investment from the Philippines. So
I mean, you don't need to go to the Philippines to have difficulties financing adaptation. I mean, we were met 2 months ago, a month ago. I was asked to meet with the Lower Manhattan Economic Development Corporation. They were asking us for how could they actually find some financing to finance the seawall they will need around Lower Manhattan and that they want to build. So it's an issue that will be worldwide. And I actually believe that it's possible to finance these things, but we need partnerships with governments. Like in Canada, for example, the CDPQ, my pension fund, imagine, we have built, we are operating 67 kilometers of light rail train around Montreal, and we're a dull pension fund. Like that is not doing some exciting things apparently, but we're actually doing that very essential piece of infrastructure even for climate. So the point is we can get there, but the point that is the issue for us, we like better brown infrastructure than green infrastructure, meaning we are better at buying existing infrastructure than actually taking the risk of construction like we did in Montreal. It was tough for us. So we need to think about things like that. Governments will need to think about recycling assets. The same thing with the MDBs. They should sell us some of their assets already built and then take and recycle the money and invest it in new projects. That would be a game changer very quickly. And so that's one thing. For adaptation, pure adaptation, this afternoon, I'm very proud of this. Unfortunately, CDPQ could not join, but Gaia, which is an adaptation fund launched by FinDev Canada and MUFG, will be launched, and it's more than $1 billion for adaptation in low and lower middle income countries, and it can be done. The issue, Joan, is exactly like you said. We like it simple because we don't have an army of people. We are only 1,400 people at CDPQ. There's a limit, and so in the Gaia proposal for a fund like us, it's very complex because you need to source the deal. You need to make sure that there's project preparation. You need an entire ecosystem. But I think some capital will go towards it. And as it gets more mainstream, we're going to get more into it in a scale. I'll finish on this. We are joining Brookfield and Temasek and Lunati, who is a fund out of ADQ here, for a fund of 4 to 5 billion that we hope will be on climate. It's not focused on mitigation, but it could include adaptation, but it could include adaptation. But it's all the transition in infrastructure, and actually there's catalytic capital coming from Luneti that they've accepted to cap their return to 6%. So basically they say, we're not going to give you first loss, but we're going to give you a subsidy to your returns to the other LPs in the fund. And that's a first. But to do what we want to do in this fund, I am of the view that we will need first loss partners. But this is starting. This is a first for us. The others, BlackRock, have done it 2 years ago in renewables. There are some that are happening in the world, but it's too slow, and we need to. But to me, the main issue is the lack of knowledge and the lack of patience amongst each other, and also. So that creates a deficit of trust, and we need to go beyond that deficit of trust very rapidly. And the last comment for me is the lesson of the last year to me on financing is carrots do work. Okay, there was a giant carrot in the United States of America called the Inflation Reduction Act. Look at how fast the money is moving. If you want to talk about a success for climate, this is a huge success. And it's going, the money is going faster in Republican states than in Democratic states. It just shows you they go in Republican states because why? Because for them, it's an obvious business opportunity. And for those of us who live in free market economies, our economies work best when the business people see a good business opportunity, and then the money moves fast. So that's what we need to do with adaptation. But it's not easy, but we will find a way.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my observation on adaptation blended finance is that adaptation projects push out positive externalities, resilience, gender issues, you name it, better health. But those are not things that a private sector party can spot and invest in and get a return on. They're externalities. So let's turn to, we've heard, yeah.
Because I have to leave, and I want to comment on that, Joan.
Please do.
2 seconds. Because
and then we're going to go to the third party.
It's a very, and I think it's a very good point that you're making, and it's tougher. All of this was not easy when the interest rates were at 1%. And the inflation was below 2%. And the returns of funds like mine were at 10 and 11 and 12%. Last year, we had negative returns. Inflation, 4, 5, 6, 7% in some of the Western economies, and interest rates, and fairly high inflation. So this is, and it has changed the game. We can actually invest money in very secured instruments in the United States and get an automatic 6-7% return. So that's the game. So we need to find solution to that as a. So I thought was because to go into the externalities you're talking about.
Thank you. And Marc-André does have to disappear on us before the panel is over. Thank you very much for your comments. We really appreciate it. All right, I want to turn to a third voice. We have heard a bit of a country perspective on what they're doing to make a better investment environment. We've heard from an investor on how difficult it can actually be to jump into a developing economy, even with the efforts of the host country government. So Karen, NDF provides very concessional capital to both public sector and private sector projects. And I'm interested to know, how you see your support to private sector projects, which is going to create blended finance projects just from the nature of your money. How do you think of that as improving your impact? How does it change your impact profile as a development agency?
Thank you very much. And now the private sector left, but
so we can talk about them.
It was quite telling that I was sitting between the public and the private sector, because this is the sweet spot of NDF, that one of our value proposition is that we link the public sector with the private sector. And in particular, when you try to break new ground, it's absolutely necessary that you walk in tandem. So I will actually try to say something specifically about adaptation and how we view adaptation. And I think that to some extent we can learn from the journey in mitigation. One thing is that 10 years ago, when someone said IPP, not everyone understood what we were talking about. So for adaptation, we also now need to come to a joint understanding and also develop the business models and make sure that there is actually a revenue-generating business model. And IPP projects very much depended on the public sector providing the enabling environment to make sure that tariff systems were in place and that there were security from investors in actually believing that there will be a cash flow from the investments. So maybe we shouldn't worry too much about the definitions, what is actually adaptation and what is mitigation. But for example, if we take water projects, that I think qualify as adaptation to make sure that we purify, we clean the water, we process the water, and that people have access to water. But we have to then crack the nut around how is the value of clean water, how can that be then channeled to investors? And I don't think that we have the same comfort in this yet as we have for an IPP project. So that's one aspect, to come together and drive the development of sustainable, both financially and environmentally and socially, business model for adaptation. I also wanted to say and relate to the Arcafin project, where we are involved together with the government of Finland and IFAD. That's another aspect about business model. Arcafin has developed a taxonomy for the smallholder farmers' credits going to adaptation projects. And this is also another very important aspect of taxonomy. We all should understand what are we talking about. And by then having this system, it will facilitate the actual distribution of the risk-willing credits via a commercial bank, as equity bank in this case. So this is in very early stage around then adaptation. As for any blended finance structure, then it's also de-risking or risk mitigation around the financial risk. So, and this is more than about the structure of how investors will come in to the structure. Here, NDF, we are, I think he said there were 1,400, and I was like, wow, we're 34. So there is a dimension to that as well. But we are very much involved in not every, but I think that we see basically all of the smaller impact-related blended finance structures, because there are very few players, and here I'm talking about the players with public sector money that have the possibility to take high-risk stakes. So honestly, it's us in KfW, and the DFIs. They are not in these segments. They are more risk-avert. We also heard about the MDBs and the MDB reform. I think, you can't have it both ways. So if you want to preserve a AAA rating, you cannot take that kind of risks. So you have to come up with other ideas. And the selling out of the MDB portfolio is, of course, one way of doing it. And I was the executive director representing the Nordic countries in the African Development Project when the Room to Run project was launched, which, of course, nothing is perfect, but at least that was a clear proof that you can sell off the assets you have in your balance sheet to create more headroom to take on new investments. So, well, how do we move the needle for adaptation finance? We get together around the business models. We get together around securing the enabling environment. And we should also continue these discussions around how to actually structure blended finance. It's not just junior equity. We should be a little bit more granular around it.
Yeah, I think the more careful the structure is, the further the donor dollar will go. You had me envisioning a future in which there's a clear taxonomy so that a hectare of biodiversity credits or adaptation credits can be put into a taxonomy, and then we could all have an IPP standard contract for adaptation projects where we all start on page 10 and the force majeure clause and so forth and so on. So we're not there. And in the meantime, I do think that the parties who are able to take on these transactions, who, if they have a transact to sell kind of a mentality, perhaps they will be helpful in introducing these models to less adventurous players like the institutional investors. I want to go back to you, if I may, Secretary, excuse me. We just heard a foreign investor talk about Forex risk and how maybe blended finance should be tackling that. But can I ask you, there are an awful lot of domestic investors in the Philippines. Whom do you look to in leading on climate finance writ large, mitigation finance, adaptation finance? Because the local investors don't have the same problem.
we really have a lot of domestic investors, but given the scale of the projects that we need, because I look at the Philippines during the last maybe several decades before the previous administration, we were only investing something like 2% of our GDP for infrastructure. We need to, there's a huge gap. We need to step up, right? And so now that we are investing something like 5 to 6% of our GDP for infrastructure, we have to open up. And in fact, that's what we did during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we didn't sit idly by and waited for the virus to go away, right? We opened up many sectors in the economy. Telco is open. When I say open, it's you can own 100% of telco in the Philippines. That is good for 7,200 islands which are not interconnected, right? So telco is open, airport is open, toll roads is open, shipping is open, renewable energy is open. And so, for example, the most recent one, which we have just, this is public-private partnership, the NAIA International Airport. I'm sure you're familiar with that, right? That's, we bid it out, and the terms of the contract is that you double the capacity of the airport. That's the gateway to the Philippines, right? The major gateway to the Philippines. You double the capacity, you can run it for 15 years, extendable to another 10 years. And you know, there are 10, or rather 8 bidders, and we are going to open it before the end of the year. So there are many, I think at least 4 are foreign bidders. So we're opening this up. And I think just like the water system, we bid it, it's now run by the private sector. And one thing that is necessary for you to attract good investor is the credibility of the government. When you promise them that at a certain stage you will adjust the rate, you should do that. And we're doing that. So the credibility is there. On foreign exchange, the Philippine foreign exchange, that's one of the freest in the world, okay? Unlike in China, if you invest in China, you're not sure whether you can take out there's foreign exchange control. And in terms of stability of the currency, I think the peso is one of the most stable currency in that part of the world. It's definitely more stable than the Japanese yen at the moment, or the Korean won, etc. It's down there in terms of volatility. So all these are very important in order to attract foreign investors.
Which you need, it sounds like. Okay, I want to open up the floor. If you have questions for Secretary Diokno or for Karen, please raise your hand and we will make sure that you get a microphone. All right. And going once, going twice. We do have a question.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name's Lucy. I work with a company called Real. We're based in the UK. We're innovators and investors in green affordable housing in Africa and Asia. And we invest through a blended finance model. Secretary, you talked about there being some local sources of finance that needs unlocking, and I know Nordic Development Fund is looking at innovative ways to unlock finance internationally as well. What's your thoughts on the role of guarantees? I mean, we've talked about first loss layers, but in terms of guarantees to provide comfort and to de-risk investment, both locally, potentially with local finance institutions, or internationally to drive international finance into new and unexplored markets. And for us, that's green affordable housing. At the moment, investors are completely risk averse. They don't understand the potential, but there's a massive scale opportunity there for profit and obviously for the climate agenda as well. So the role of guarantees, great to get your thoughts on that. Thank you.
I'm aware of limited guarantee for housing. So it's got to be the low-cost housing is guaranteed by the government. But for other investors, we don't guarantee invest. For example, but there are Filipino investors going abroad, like somebody building housing in Japan, in Spain, and in California. And Jollibee is an international. I don't know if you heard of Jollibee. It's an international. We don't guarantee those things, right? they invest on their own. Okay, it's all over the world. Right? So, but I know that for other countries, you guarantee your private sector to invest in some countries, but we don't have that in the Philippines.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the toolbox we have, even though we can play around with grants, loans, and equity, we don't have guarantees as part of a toolbox, which I think is quite natural because everything in our portfolio is high risk, and if you want to have guarantees, then you have to have a big portfolio. You have to have diversification in the portfolio. Otherwise, the premium for individual guarantees will be very high, and you will basically have to back up the guarantee 100% by your own capital. So, and that is something that I sometimes wonder really about, because you don't have the law of the great numbers when you play around with guarantees. Maybe if you have a portfolio of 1,000 credits to smallholder farmers, that would work. But not if you have individual transactions that are of a limited number, then it's really difficult to get this law of the great numbers to apply. So we don't have it.
I'm talking like right to you, even though you're right beside me. So I'm just going to comment on the guarantee. So my name is Ruby, company impact investment firm called Supiva. Also sit on the board of the Canadian Impact Investors Association. Also ethnically Filipino. Great, but working in Africa. So we've got a lot of experience with guarantees, but mainly guarantees within the SME space. So we're working with a client right now that is actually doing guarantees for SMEs. But it's also about volume and being able to scale. So, and I think it's really important, like we're doing guarantees up to 75% for women SMEs right now, which I think is really interesting. But I think in housing it's a bit more difficult, like Ashley was saying. So just to comment on that, but I also would implore whoever else is in this room who can fund guarantees, and especially with the work with what Convergence does, and if more people can go into doing guarantees, I think guarantees are actually really excellent in terms of encouraging and unlocking further capital. So whoever else is in this room, and if you can fund more guarantees, please do so. That would be great. So just a comment there, no question.
Thanks. We don't see as many guarantees in blended finance as we would have expected. I'm speaking of a guarantee that's softly priced to enable a private sector investment. And I don't live inside each transaction, but my guess is in some cases, there are catalytic capital providers who don't have a credit rating, so their guarantee does not carry as much clout. There are other times where it complicates the transaction because you're adding a party, a guarantor plus a lender, or a guarantor plus an investor. So I suspect there are a number of reasons for it, but like I said, I'm not on the inside of those deals, so you might know more. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The comment that we just got was that the speaker would like to see more public offering of guarantees to enable transactions. So point noted. Where else would you like to go with what haven't I asked either of you that you would like to speak about? I don't usually get to asked that question. We have to go? Okay. One last comment from each of you if you'd like to speak before we wrap up.
Ladies first.
Ladies first. Thank you very much. Yeah. Our tradition at NDF is that we do have quite a lot of experience in the how do I say, bottom-up kind of transactions, the smaller impact investments funds, where we have, as I said, been part of many projects. We also have one blended finance investment in a bigger private equity fund where 2/3 of the capital comes from institutional investment, which is kind of groundbreaking. And you probably all have heard about the MCAF transaction with Allianz and EIB. So now we are trying to break the ground also for this kind of adaptation transaction involving institutional investors as the next step in the transaction where we try to move. So,
well, we welcome you to the Philippines. It's a good investment possibility. It's not a small country. Population is 110 million. Very young population. Median age 25. Mostly English speaking and tech savvy. So that's the kind of people that we want. We're with our neighbors who are aging, mostly aging. So that's a come on, right? And as I said, we opened up the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Please join me in thanking the Secretary and Karen from NDF for their comments.
housing, health problems from indoor air pollutions, deforestation, and greenhouse gas emissions. The Modern Cooking Facility for Africa increases access to clean cooking solutions in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Our goal is to enable access to higher-tier cooking solutions for up to 4 million people by the end of 2027.
The Modern Cooking Facility for Africa is a program focusing only on higher-tier cooking solutions. The program supports a broad range of cooking technologies as the facility manager, NEFCO, the Nordic Green Bank, strives for impact. The Modern Cooking Facility for Africa uses results-based financing to incentivize companies to scale up their clean cooking solutions. This way, they are committed to reach agreed milestones and make a real impact in the local communities.
The Modern Cooking Facility for Africa increases access to affordable and clean energy. The program also supports gender equality and new employment opportunities in the project countries.
The Modern Cooking Facility for Africa is a co-created program between Sweden and NEFCO. It supports companies to scale up and reach underserved populations. We envision that our support will catalyze market development of a similar scale that's been seen in the off-grid electricity sector in the last decade. We're excited about the program and are looking forward to seeing the impacts on the ground.
Visit moderncooking.africa and learn more about our program and the impact of clean cooking solutions. moderncooking.africa.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our COP28 event entitled Next Generation Clean Cooking Solutions. And we're very pleased to be here at the COP to invite you all to join us in the conversation that we're going to have, particularly in relation to the instrument that we've been working with for a couple of years now, the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. So, first of all, I'd like to ask our keynote speaker, Mr. Per Fredrik Faro from the Norwegian Ministry, to please come to the stage and to make some opening comments. Per, please. Three minutes, it's fine.
All right. Well, sorry, I was told not to push any buttons, so I'll try not to do that. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here, and thank you for hosting us and arranging this from the NEFCO side. It's couldn't be a more important issue, really. I'm always sort of amazed by these the facts of the numbers in this space, how many people actually lack access to clean cooking solutions. I think sub-Saharan Africa is the only part of the world where clean cooking, yeah, that's better, sorry, thank you, where clean cooking access has not kept pace with population growth. So the number of people without access to clean cooking have actually increased over the last few years. And we all know indoor air pollution from open fire cooking solutions is a major cause of respiratory disease. And I find this number, it's almost unbelievable, but it's from the World Bank, so it has to be true. The lack of access of modern energy for cooking costs the world more than $2 trillion annually, mainly health-related, but also climate costs and so on, but it's mainly health. And when you contrast that with the fact that achieving universal access to clean cooking should only cost us about $4 billion a year, we are probably talking one of the best, if not the best, buys of development overall. It would be a bargain. Of course, we have a lot of those in development, but these numbers are incredible. Use of wood charcoal in inefficient traditional stoves is a major driver of deforestation and greenhouse gas emissions. I used to run the Norwegian Climate and Forest Initiative, and I've seen this firsthand in so many parts of the world, in sub-Saharan Africa in particular. There's double damage, both for those using and accessing this form of cooking and to nature and our climate. Traditional cooking methods also drives gender inequality and is a barrier for education, as women and girls spend up to 5 hours daily just searching for and collecting firewood. Achieving SDG 7 on access to sustainable energy for all by 2030 requires new and innovative solutions to this challenge. And this is why Nora decided to sign our support for NEFCO's Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. We're allocating 200 million Norwegian kroners for the 5-year period 2023 to 2027. And absolutely delighted to do that. It's, of course, not 4 billion, but it's a contribution. And we're really happy that we got to this point. We consider MCFA as highly relevant and additional for both Norway's development assistance with the energy sector and for the population in the eligible countries in sub-Saharan Africa. We are delighted that our support will be put to immediate work, given the urgency of this, releasing funding to 4 projects on the reserve list from the first call window, as I understand it. So no delays, and trigger funding opportunities for project in Malawi in the next call, in addition to the existing list of eligible countries. Again, the challenges that the MCFA was designed to address could not be more important. We are proud to support this effort. Thank you, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions here, and not least to watch this program being implemented. Thank you all for coming.
Okay, thank you so much. So just to reiterate, thank you so much for your contribution. Norway has pledged 200 million Norwegian crowns, that's around 18 million euros, and that will allow us to deliver yet more development outcomes through our modern cooking facility for Africa. And we're very pleased, particularly as Norway is one of the owners of NEFCO, that you're joining CEDA, our colleagues from Sweden, and the European Union in this joint endeavor. So thank you so much. It'll go a long way. Thank you. Okay, so we have a great panel. I can see 2 of the panelists are here. So maybe Sophie and Donny will join the stage. I'm also hopeful that the Director General of CEDA will be here. But I guess he's being caught up in other things. So, but we have a great panel here, and hopefully Jakob can join when he's available. So just to introduce the ladies on the stage, first of all, Sophie Odepoy, you're the Head of Government Relations at Cocoa Networks. You can tell us more about your organization in your words. And Donny Alexander, you're the Chief Science Officer at the Clean Cooking Alliance. We're very pleased to have these great speakers here, real practitioners in this field. And particularly in regard to the Clean Cooking Alliance, we have an ongoing friendship. We're working together on a number of issues, including carbon finance. And carbon finance is something that will come up a few times in our conversation today. So, first of all, Sophie, maybe if you could just give us, from your perspective, you work for a bioethanol company in Kenya. You've been very successful, and you work with government relations. Now, what do you think, in your experience, is needed from governments in order to move things forward in the clean cooking space?
Thank you so much, Ash. Good evening, everyone. As I said, I'm from Cocoa Networks, a climate tech company that is disrupting the clean cooking space. We are using technology and carbon financing to be able to transition households from use of biomass to use of bioethanol, a clean and renewable energy. Now, coming to address your question, we've had, almost 9 years in Kenya, and we truly cannot say that government understands what we do. So one of the challenges you face when you have an innovative solution is the fact that it takes years. before you can actually get government to understand what it is you're pitching. Now, for us, we went and we are talking about this business model. At the beginning, we were pitching. Yeah, we were showing them from PowerPoint, this is what we are planning to do, and they're like, what is this? It looks like a dream. We don't believe you'll ever be able to do this. Please get out of our offices, so you leave. Yeah, and then you do your version 1, version 2, version 3. You keep inviting them, and they keep coming and saying, how many households do you have? You're like, not yet. We are still doing R&D. So there's always the challenge as you're developing to get them to understand and to walk the journey with you. The only point at which government has become a key partner is once we launched and once we started hitting like hundreds of thousands of households. Now we are at 1.2 million households. We are adding 10,000 households a month. We've been awarded. We have over 1,000 employees. We've been awarded as one of the leading taxpayers. So unfortunately, you need to get to be significant enough for government to pay attention to you. It's not ideal, yeah, and we've repeatedly told them as we walk those corridors that government needs to provide enabling policy and then let private sector do what it is we want to do. Our mission is to enable them meet their targets. Now, for government to not enable and serve almost as a hindrance, yeah, means that you will take twice as long or even longer before you're actually able to provide your solution. As you said, these numbers are growing by the day, the people who don't have access. 2030 is around the corner. Yeah, so we are talking not only to Kenya, we are talking to multiple governments across Africa, across Asia. We're also looking at Latin America. We have over 300 million households who need this solution. So for us, it is first open the door, listen to us, yeah, see what we have done in other countries, and then accelerate the provision of whatever it is we are seeking to be able to set up our solution. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I think that I'm not sure we have many representatives of governments here, but I think it's a very interesting approach. Just to say that the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa supports private sector companies. So we work with enterprises. We believe that they are the ones that can have the technology and the type of technology that you've deployed. But I'd like to talk more about that. In terms of your product, your technologies, it's bioethanol. Bioethanol had a bit of a tough time in Africa. How have you made it work?
I think the challenge with bioethanol has always been how do you deliver it affordably to the households? And I think it's not anything new. The companies that are doing this, that the challenge is they are bottling the bioethanol. So bottling it in single-use bottles, and we know what that entails. You have to pay for the price of the bottle. So household affordability then becomes a problem. So our use of technology meant that we've borrowed a concept that has been used very well in India, which is milk ATMs. So we've developed ATMs, and these are in-house. We've developed them in-house, and they dispense the ethanol. So that way, the household gets to buy the cooker kit, which is a 2-burner cooker, with a reusable canister, which is about 2.3 liters, just enough for the household to be able to buy depending on the amount of money they have. And we're able to install these ATMs, which we call Cocoa Points, close to where our consumers live. So we put them in shops, so the shopkeepers have to have a pre-existing business. So if they have space, we install the Cocoa Point. The only amount of money they're required to pay to sign on as an agent is about $150. We then give them the cookers and the fuel on consignment. So when you think about the very few businesses where you're actually given the tools on consignment, and then through their own effort, they're able to, because they have a trust relation with a lot of the households, they're able to actually convince them to transition to this solution. It needs a bit of convincing because it's not as simple as the way you light LPG or the way they're used to lighting using charcoal or using firewood. So it requires some convincing and some training repeatedly. And that's why it's important for us that they establish that relation with the agent, so if they have questions, they're able to ask. So that is how we're able to use technology. We've partnered on the upstream with someone who understands liquid fuel logistics. So rather than reinvent the wheel, we partnered with an oil marketing company. In this case, we've partnered with Vivo. So they buy and transport the ethanol for us to petrol stations from where we pick them and then do the last mile delivery. So along the whole chain, we use technology. We monitor the fuel using technology. We've developed software ourselves. Everything is connected to the Cocoa Cloud. Everything is monitored on the cloud. So that means then we need a lot of engineers. So we have both software and hardware engineers, as I said, amongst the 1,000. That's technology. Carbon financing comes in because now we're a clean and renewable fuel, no zero carbon emissions. We are actually able to get high quality carbon credits. We are able to sell them in the voluntary market, but more importantly in the compliance market, where we get good pricing. We've done one sale. We are hoping as the regulations come into place that we will have more deals with increasingly more countries, and we pass on all this revenue that we raise to be able to subsidize the cooker. Like the cooker is $10, it's a one-off cost. The fuel is retailing at 50 US cents a liter. And again, that is subsidized. We would want to subsidize it even further, because if we are to venture into the rural areas where the income is even much lower, we need lower price points. That is why it's important for us. Another aspect when we are talking about government needs to partner with us for the compliance market. Without government, without them giving us the relevant documentation, we will not, or even signing the government-to-government deals. There are very many interested countries. We need them to come to the table for us to be able to get those high prices, to be able to further subsidize our hardware and our ethanol. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a great answer. I think that you've highlighted that it's more than just technology. We need to move beyond just having all the tech in place. I mean, you've done a great job with that. But you're affecting behavioral change as well. You're working with communities, and I think that's really, really important as well. I think you also mentioned the sort of power of partnerships. Working with others in the logistics chain and so forth. So, all very, very helpful. And also another point I'd like to highlight when we talk about carbon finance is your approach towards using it to buy down the costs and to try and address that affordability gap. So I think you've done an amazing job, and if you're ever in Kenya, I'm sure you'll see Cocoa Networks in action. So, and if you don't, you should make it so. Okay, just one final thing on carbon, Sophie. I think, as many of us know, carbon finance is a game changer in the clean cooking space. Excuse me. I'm just wondering, there's been a lot of headwinds recently around carbon and the integrity and the transparency of some of these standards. I don't know if you want to comment from your perspective what your views are in terms of how we can address some of these issues.
Okay. One of the ways that we use technology to address this is the fact that when a customer buys the cooker kit, the canister has an NFC chip. So that NFC chip gets connected to a customer's mobile number, and they create an account on the Cocoa Cloud, and they're able to fund that account using mobile money. So we are actually able to monitor their transactions. So for us, it's not only about them buying the cooker, we're actually able to show how frequently they use it. That makes the audit process a lot easier. It's not only that we are going and we are showing you the customers, these 1.2 million customers who bought, you're actually able to see how they've been buying, the frequency, the amounts. All this information is available. And I think, as you said, rightfully said, that is a game changer. The fact that it is not just numbers, it is actually people. And more importantly, we always say when you come and visit us, we want people to go and talk to customers, literally talk to people who've transitioned, people who have gone through cooking with charcoal, cooking with firewood, and have seen that change. The fact that now you can cook indoors without smoke in your face. Your children can be in the house and you don't fear. There are no issues about, there are no issues around safety. Our system is closed loop. You can't actually access the ethanol. So we've addressed all the concerns that would arise. And that's why we always say, please come and visit us. Come and actually see it in action. Yeah, it is not enough for you to look at videos. It is not enough for you to look at our PowerPoints. Come and see what is happening. We always encourage governments also to come and see us and interrogate our operations and our financial books. That transparency is what is enabling us make headway with a lot of governments and also with entities such as yourselves and potential carbon buyers. We are an open book, yeah, because what we are doing is we're very, very clear. We are focused on low-income households. You will not see us where LPG is. We're not willing to play in that segment at all. We are very clear that we need to transition people from charcoal and firewood, and we're not willing to deviate from that. So you will find us 100% in low-income areas. Thank you.
Great, great. Thank you so much. I think that leads us nicely to you, Donny. Sorry. Yeah. So, working at the Clean Cooking Alliance, what opportunities have you seen in terms of how carbon finance potential can be unlocked for the clean cooking ecosystem, and particularly in regard of some of the higher tier applications that we're trying to work with in the modern cooking facility for Africa? Please.
Thank you, Ash, and thank you for inviting me to be on this panel. I think I'll start out a little bit with just talking about the Clean Cooking Alliance because
Please, yeah.
just to set us up, we support the entire ecosystem. We're the only actor that in the ecosystem whose job is to think about clean cooking every single day. And one of the things that we see as a really important part of scaling clean cooking across Africa and Asia and the world is carbon. We see that as essential. And so what we've seen with a lot of the companies and enterprises who are going to scale is that they've utilized carbon to lower their price point, just as Sophie just described what is happening in cocoa, so that poor families can afford clean cooking. It lowers that price. It also allows enterprises to innovate. If they're able to have carbon that lowers the price, that they can focus on utilizing their capital to innovate so that they're reaching more customers, that they're finding ways to move into new markets. So we see it as essential for scale up into the future.
Okay, thank you.
Apparently you weren't.
Very subtly done, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone noticed. Okay. Yeah, so in terms of carbon finance, I know the Clean Cooking Alliance has been working on a very exciting new initiative. I don't know if you could tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, are you talking about Foresee? Are you talking about the methodology? What initiative?
Well, tell us about both.
Okay. Yeah, with UNFCCC, the US EPA, Stockholm Environment Institute, the Climate and the Clean Air and Climate Coalition. There's consortiums and coalitions all over the place. We saw a need to really work originally with governments, was the original impetus, to help them first put clean cooking into their NDCs, but then set baselines and track against those. This was called the Clean Cooking and Climate Consortium. So we came together and started that. We then very quickly pivoted and saw a need, in addition to supporting country governments on this process, helping them set up NDC trackers, helping them understand what their baseline and trajectories can be within a country. We saw that a key point was the carbon market, that it had so much potential, but that there were issues that currently existed, that we needed to take the current data, take where we were with digital monitoring and verification, and come up to speed with where we should be. And that happens everywhere in science. You'll see it everywhere, where you have, as an example, we had cars that when we realized, when the technology came along, we put in catalytic converters, and so they became cleaner. That is what we are doing now with the carbon market and clean cooking. We are now putting a catalytic converter into it to make it operate more efficiently and better. So we're utilizing the methodologies that were in place. We reached out to over 250 stakeholders and brought them along the journey saying, what is not working with these methodologies? What data needs to be updated? What monitoring needs to be updated? And we've gone through the process very carefully and closely with UNFCCC so that we know that they will adopt it and that it would be approved. Same thing with Gold Standard and Vera. We all have to be on the same playing field to bring in that integrity, to bring in the confidence that we have has really been lacking over the last year or two. And I think a buyer wants to know that if they go to Vera or Gold Standard for the same program, they're going to buy the same emissions reductions, or if they go through UNFCCC. So that is what we've been doing over the last year to ensure that as we are going forward, we are at the front of the game and that we are delivering on our promises in the carbon market.
Great. No, thank you. And I think you've done some wonderful work in terms of your convening power of the Alliance to support these initiatives. And if you're working in this market, of course, everyone will probably have downloaded and read some of these reports. But I think they've been very, very helpful, just to bring people together. And I wanted to explore a bit further on that. In regard of the sort of stakeholders that need to come together more broadly, how can they bring about the change that we need in this sector beyond carbon?
Yeah, well, let's start with carbon first because I think it's important, right?
Please, yeah.
So if you have project developers who are not comfortable with the methodologies, or if you have buyers who do not want to use them, a methodology is just a methodology unless it's used. So you have to bring the ratings agencies, the country governments, the corporate buyers, the project developers, and the data, all the scientists, all to the same place. And so that is what is the power of the Clean Cooking Alliance, is bringing these conveners together, convening these parties, and bringing everybody along on this journey, whether it be developing a methodology, developing a standard, or anything, so that we can all move together. Because if we're not all moving cohesively and on the same page, then that's when there are factions and things start to, break apart. So yeah, I'll use that as an example about how we're moving that forward.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I should introduce our next guest. I guess this is not rehearsed, by the way, but but Monica Gulberry, you're from CEDA. Are you stepping in for Jakob? Yes, you are. Okay. So you're stepping in for Jakob Granit, who's the Director General of CEDA. So it's a shame he's not here, but we're very happy to have you here, Monica. I wanted just to talk to you really about, to thank CEDA for the support that you've provided in regard of the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa. The instrument is actually a co-creation between CEDA and NEFCO, so we've really appreciated that opportunity to work together in partnership. But I wanted just to understand a bit more, maybe you could explain a bit more the sort of background of why CEDA as a development organization wanted to work more closely in this space, and particularly in regard to these higher tier solutions. We know there's a lot of improved cook stove initiatives out there, which make a lot of difference in terms of avoided deforestation and other benefits. But why were you compelled to work with some of these higher tier applications? Monica.
Thank you, Ash. And I'm sorry if I'm giving a different answer than Jakob would have, maybe, but I'm the Senior Energy Policy Specialist at CEDA, so I have some insights. We think that it's very important that you bring the cooking into the energy sector agenda, not a separate issue, but a part of the energy sector agenda, and delivers system solutions that can be viable, just like you deliver system solutions within electrification. So I don't know what people said before me, but we say if you can twin it with electrification agenda, that's super. I would add basically also add it to the housing agenda and bring it in as a part of the facility, the housing facility, the school and household cooking arenas, so that it becomes also an issue for the house planners, architects, designers to develop kitchens and cooking facilities that work and are efficient and cost efficient, and that can maybe be better than not having them or having poor solutions.
Okay, thank you. I mean, as I said, we worked on this together, and some of the key drivers we talked about at that time were obviously the need for digitization. Very interested to learn about what CEDA is doing in other spheres in relation to digitization in Africa.
Well, thank you. I think everyone is working on digitization nowadays, but we certainly bring it into the energy access agenda and the access to information, but also the early warning systems has been one of the key messages from our end for digitalization. I think in this context, the beauty of digitalization is optimization of the system, but also financing of the system, and the possibility actually to have quite straightforward business agreements where you can, like you do in the off-grid electricity market, you can have conditions on payments, and you can have ownership I mean, you can offer it as a service. You don't have to sell the product as such. So I guess that's what you do also in your businesses. But generally on the digitalization agenda, it comes with democracy, human rights, early warning, transparency, corruption. So there's a very broad reason for bringing digitalization into development aid.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think there's a long way to go on this. We've seen that, for example, in the clean cooking space, there are a number of new technologies, Internet of Things enabled technologies that are being utilized. We've heard about some of them today, and we're seeing this going forwards in our portfolio, not only to harness the carbon markets, but also some very interesting financial innovations in the same way that you can upfront capital on the basis of future receivables. You could do that also with carbon finance. So there's a lot of reasons to take that forward. You want to add something else?
There's another reason. And I mean, we're talking now about cooking, maybe small-scale cooking. But if you look at the entire energy system and all the different appliances and all the different end users, and if you can contribute to the system flexibility, I think that's extremely important for the future. It's not often something that the bottom of the pyramid customer is interested to do intentionally, but maybe they do it anyway. And if you can use digital information to optimize demand or dim sometimes the loads in the system, I think that's instrumental for the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, I think we've covered the sort of questions I wanted to ask. Just want to reach out to the audience. If you could add your voice to the conversation that we have here. Are there any questions? I'm tempted to say burning questions, but that would be terrible. But are there any questions that you have? You have someone who's representing the ecosystem. You've got a very active private sector player. You've got a donor. You've got a fund manager. So if you have any questions, please don't be shy. Or observations. Harry, maybe you could.
Simple question, Donnie, where can we go to
No, they can't hear you
access all of that good work you've done in terms of if we have a new methodology we're writing, where can we go to access all of your work?
Yeah, Harry, thank you for that question. So we have been emailing out all of the partners who have wanted or expressed interest and been providing updates. We've also have updates on our website on that. So if this is anything that anybody's interested in, we're finalizing the draft methodology that really looks to kind of take any transition scenario, and whether it be digital or not, and work for any scenario. So if there are comments, reach out to climate@cleancooking.org or my email, and we can get you all the information that we've produced so far.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. If you could introduce yourself as well.
Yes,
please.
hello everybody. I'm Elisa Puzzolo from the University of Liverpool, a public health researcher working in Kenya with the Kenya Medical Research Institute, and the co-director for the Cleaner Africa Global Health Research Unit. So my question is directed to our friend here from Kenya. Something we have observed over the years in public health research is the issues of fuel stacking, which means that people use multiple fuels and technologies for their cooking needs. And also is linked to what Donnie was saying, that sometimes in the carbon markets there was an underestimation of the simultaneous use of multiple fuels and technologies. So how is Cocoa addressing this problem? I visited Mukuru some months ago. Mukuru is an informal settlement in Nairobi where I witnessed the use of these different technologies with the cocoa stove and still charcoal around and an LPG. This lady had all of the three in her house. Are you managing to monitor also these adoptions of these polluting fuels as part of your model? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. As you've rightly said, fuel stacking is it's part of the norm. It's par norm. Households will not necessarily trust that all the fuels will be available. Yeah, if like given that our solution is very new, one of the questions we faced, even right at the beginning, was, are you going to be around for the next few years? Because they had instances where they're given cook stoves and the fuel is not available. So it does take quite a bit of time to build the trust, yeah? And it's not, I mean, we've only been around for 4 years, yeah? The good thing is they see us there every day. The cocoa points are installed in places where, and the people they're talking to are people they trust, yeah? So they need to see the fuel availability at any time that they need, yeah? And that takes time, yeah? That is one. The second aspect is cultural. Yeah, you realize that people have different beliefs on certain foods need to be cooked on certain fuels. That is not something that you can overcome by saying my fuel is cleaner. As much as, yes, they do understand the effect charcoal has on them, they will say for us, my staple, yeah, if it's maize meal or whatever grains, I need to cook them on charcoal. So it's a transition. So we are walking the journey. We are working with the government. The government has put in place a communication strategy because they need to roll it out. They need to actually go to these households, educate them on the impact and the need to transition, the effect that the use of biomass is having on the environment. And also, I mean, they do know the effect it has on their health, but they seem willing to forego. So part of it is just about building trust. And the last one is we need to get the bioethanol as affordable as we can. Even at 50 US cents, we believe it can go lower. That is part of the conversation we're having with government. We need to encourage them to put in place policies to motivate for investors to come in and put up large-scale facilities. Once that happens, then you have affordable ethanol available throughout. It doesn't have to vary depending on whether you are importing or whatever taxes are being put in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from the panel? No? Any further questions from the audience? I think the time's up. I think, is that people banging to get in? I'm not sure. No, I think they want us to leave. Okay. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll just wrap things up a bit. Thank you all the panelists for your comments. Our colleague from NORAD has left, but thank you also to NORAD for their contribution, which is announced today, so that we can reach more companies, support more companies, and reach more beneficiaries for the higher tier clean cooking solutions. I think today we've learned a lot around what needs to happen if we want to realize our ambitions. We've learned about the role of technology, the role of digitization in particular, the important role that carbon finance plays. We've also learned about the need for behavioral change and to support that change in communities. But we also, I believe, have learned that this is only really going to happen if we can support and de-risk private sector companies. And that's the whole ethos of the Modern Cooking Facility for Africa, which is why we work very closely with companies. It's good to see one of our beneficiaries in the audience there, Peter Scott from Bern. So we're looking to roll out more of these agreements with companies to support them to take forward their mission so that we can realize our mission. One thing I would say is that we do have a new call open right now. We're now working in 7 countries. So do take a look at our website. It's moderncooking.africa. So do take a look at that. And a couple of new innovations we've introduced. We're all about scaling up, but we've also recognized that there are some companies, some private sector actors who've not been able to participate in this call, particularly smaller companies which don't have the wherewithal but still have ambitions to scale. So we've differentiated our offer. We have now a catalytic and a scale-up window. So we'd love you to take a look at the call. It's open until the end of January. So plenty of time for you all to spread the word. Right, well, I think our time is up. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their contributions. Thank you once again to Norway, to the Nordic Council of Ministers for hosting us, and to you for your attention and your contributions. I wish you all the best for COP28. Thank you so much.
So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Nordic Pavilion here at the COP28. It's getting a bit dark already here in Dubai, but what we have now is the climate talk with leaders of the international financial institutions. And we have two of them here. We have first Odile Renaud-Bassot from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Welcome. And then we have André Kysvek from the Nordic Investment Bank. Our concept for this talk is actually pretty simple. We have 25 minutes time, and this is not only to identify what are the key challenges to which address sort of these IFIs are facing, but also actually how to solve them. So it's a very pretty short time. So what we need to do is actually, I think we need to go directly down to business. So the first question, Odile, is that what keeps you awake at night?
Many things. No, I will start geopolitical developments. I think what's been going on in the last 2 years is very worrying, starting with the war in Ukraine and then now the situation in the Middle East. I think that we see unraveling, a lot of acquis of the post-Cold War situation and so forth. So I think this is a very tense and dangerous situation. And the second thing is, climate. The difficulty to challenge, to address the challenge and the time it takes and so forth. And the third is maybe, the fact that, and related to the first one, multilateralism is, we are changing era and we don't know what will be next. And I have children and I'm worried for them.
Okay, so it's the geopolitics, climate, and multilateralism in trouble. Your turn, André.
Well, on this question, it's really hard to speak second. I would say what keeps me awake at night is, number one, the atrocities in Ukraine, but also in other parts of the world, Caucasus, that the world mostly completely missed about, and then, of course, more recently now in the Middle East. But in terms of challenges, maybe they convert out of those elements here. One is geopolitics, of course. And the increasing divide between the democratic world and then the world that is autocratic. And this divide and rivalry is not resulting well for the humanity. Secondly, I would say it's the coexistence of, or rather humans as part of the nature. Clearly, of all the species, humans have most power, and we need to think how do we apply that power to the nature. And then thirdly, something very down to earth, how to keep my troops in Helsinki happy.
Yeah, thank you. One common challenge that you mentioned was actually geopolitics, and maybe more particularly the Russia's war in Ukraine. So how has that affected the EBRD, and how are you dealing with that?
It has had a huge impact, and that woke me up for a long time at the beginning, because it has a huge impact on the bank. Ukraine has been the most important country of operation for the bank historically. So it was a big challenge for us to know what to do, how to adjust, how to provide support to Ukraine in a war situation. And at the beginning, it took a bit of, few weeks to decide, but then we decided that we will continue to support and invest in Ukraine with asking shareholders to provide us with guarantees and to share the risk with us, because as a bank we cannot continue to invest in a very risky situation without having a bit of backup. And this has worked been very successful in a way, because we got a lot of donor support, 1.5 billion over time, and this allowed us really to finance, to increase by 50% our investment in Ukraine. We invested more than 3 billion in 2 years, which was a significant increase, and really being very agile in helping where it was the most needed. For example, I was in Ukraine in October 22. And we realized it was the starting of the attack from the Russian on the infrastructure and so forth. And then we decided, following this trip, to really increase our support to the electricity company network, so as to give them the capacity to rebuild, to buy the material, what was needed in terms of supply and so forth, to keep the network functioning. So that was, and now with this, we are moving towards a new phase where shareholders have agreed to recapitalize, to give us some capital, paid-in capital, in order to be able to continue to invest in Ukraine, whatever, I mean, for the war situation and the reconstruction.
NIB doesn't have any direct lending in Ukraine, but of course the conflict is also affecting the Nordic Baltic region. Could you describe how NIB has been affected by this situation?
Well, I would first like to say congratulations and pay respect to EBRD, which has been a very significant investor in Ukraine already before the crisis, and has now stepped up even more. So really well done, and applause also to the shareholders of EBRD for the capital increase. Now, NIB, indeed, when the war escalated 24th of February last year, we had zero exposure at that point. We had some earlier projects. What we see, and of course the first worries that we used to have at the time was credit risk. That was on our own Baltic companies, first of all, as well as Nordic, Finland in particular. So we took a really close look at those exposures and essentially deployed, where necessary, crisis response loans to our clients. In terms of Ukraine, more specifically, we are also lending to our sister organization, NEFCO, or the Nordic Environmental Finance Corporation, that has a small footprint, small compared to EBRD in Ukraine, and hopefully can do more. And then thirdly, we have made it very clear to our board and member countries that we are willing to do more if the member countries would like to see us as one of these trusted agents that deploys, and that we would, of course, work together with EBRD and others that are already there with a stronger footprint.
You mentioned crisis response. And of course, when there are these short-term crises sort of hitting us, we had the COVID, there was a COVID response, and then we have this geopolitics. So it's like one short-term crisis after the other. How do you keep the focus on these more long-term issues like the climate, why we are actually here in Dubai?
First of all, I think climate is not really a long-term issue when we see already the impact of climate on our countries of operation in terms of drought, in terms of floods, in terms of real devastation in some areas related to increase in temperature. So we already see the impact, so it's a reminder. And we have MDBs, we have also long-term sort of tanks and long-term instruments, so we design policies that are there to stay. And we have, for example, decided 2 years ago that we should be fully Paris-aligned, so all the investment we are doing have, since the beginning of this year, have to be Paris-aligned, so to be consistent with the objective of 1.5 degrees temperature increase. This was done under the pressure of, under the request and the demand of our shareholders, and I think this is something which really have a very deep impact on what we are doing. The second thing which is very important, we have long-term targets, and for example, we have this target of having 50% of our investment in the green sector. So that's, and we've been reaching that already. It's a very important objective, and it really drives the way our bankers and so forth work on project in order to be sure that in each and every project we do, we bring this dimension and try to make progress in this area.
I guess same question to me.
Yes.
It's not that difficult. I think we are a bank with a long-term view. We take a longer-term view than most others. And I don't mean only the commercial banks, but in fact, if you look at the whole political election cycle being too short, really, to have a strong implementing power by the governments. So we are somebody who can consolidate the priorities of all our 8 member countries, and we have done so. We have updated our strategy back in 2021 in December, and we have been sticking to it. When the war really escalated in Ukraine, we saw a significant increase in demand for our loans. So many of the clients that were relying on house banks and capital markets earlier suddenly came to realize that having a third element of that funding strategy, i.e. IFIs, like NIB or EBRD or EIB, is making sense. We are much longer term lenders than anybody else. So it's not really that difficult for us to combine the short-term crisis response with a long-term environmental lending. Environment is one of the two key mandate elements for the NIB. We have also set ourselves even higher standards now for the delivery on the mandate. We used to target 90%, now we are targeting 95 and delivering 100 basically. Yesterday morning here we launched our new climate strategy where we are setting very specific and actionable goals per sector that we deal with. We see also greater demand both from the investors that invest in our own bonds in the markets, and we see also greater demand by the clients to do more and new things that have a bigger impact. One of the examples, for instance, is the sustainability-linked loans, which is something where we stop looking just at the project where the money is going, but we look at the corporate as a whole, and we try to bring about change in terms of CO2 emission reductions, in terms of reducing the resources like water, etc., to the production process, and we are doing it really well with many of the companies who have been on this stage, even today, Volvo Cars and others that do the same thing. Thank you.
There has been some push from some bigger owner countries of MDBs that actually the MDBs should do more and they should be more agile and more efficient. So what is your response to that discussion, and how would you sort of increase the impact per dollar of your financing?
So, I mean, of course, every organization should always try to be more agile, more rapid, more reactive, and so forth. I think that EBRD has shown, and we discussed the Ukraine crisis and so forth, its capacity to respond and to quickly to adjust and to take into account a new element. There is a bit of contradiction between agility. There may be some trade-off between agility and impact, because one of the challenges, for example, MDBs have is that because of the very important objective of impact and quality of standards and so forth, our reputation in terms of environmental and social assessment, impact assessment and so forth is not great because it takes time, and very often, we are compared in some of our countries of operation with Chinese bank can come very quickly, they sign the loan, the construction starts, and so forth. We have months of feasibility study, impact assessment, consultation with stakeholders for big infrastructure projects, and so forth, which is very important for the quality of what we are delivering, and so forth. But it's also, it may limit our agility. So I think there is always a sort of discussion and trade-off between these different objectives, and we need to optimize. Our action under these different objectives. One important agenda I think we are discussing with other MDBs is the capacity to work better together in order to, to improve our agility, collective agility, avoiding duplication of all these feasibility study, impact assessment, and so forth. So having more mutual standards, or common standards, or mutual reliance in order to, speed up and simplify the process for the clients, which at the end of the day is what we want.
Well, I would challenge this view that MDBs are too slow and too bureaucratic. I don't think, frankly, we are. I think it's more important to get things right rather than to get things quick. And of course, when you want to deliver impact, you need to have conditionalities attached to your loans or investments, and that takes negotiating. And for instance, I've heard a banker saying at the credit committee that, hey, look, if we don't get the yes from you now, then we lose the deal and we are slower than the market. Here we go. But I would say I've never seen anybody who is faster than the market, and you don't need to get every single deal. I think you need to stick to the quality and the eventual impact. We do it day after day. We calculate our own economic capital that we need to put against the projects that we do, and we are actually very, very diligent. And also, maybe final thought on this is that the IFIs are not channels for the government money to be channeled to the economy. The IFIs are, I would call it even center of excellence to make sure that you mobilize the money You multiply, you bring in the private investors and you scale yourself back when you can and need, and that you deliver what you have promised to deliver. It's not only about the dollars and the billions, but it's about the impact.
Where does this come, this kind of more pressure on MDBs? Because we have it. It was just 2 days ago, there was a report on the climate finance published, and there was quite a lot written about the role of MDBs, that there would be fundamental change needed, etc. So where does this pressure come from?
No, I think the pressure comes from because the needs for financing are huge, and so there is a strong expectation and legitimate expectation from shareholders that we use as best as we can our capital, that we optimize our capital. There have been a lot of work done under the capital adequacy framework review, and which has been a key focus for all MDBs to see how we can better leverage. For us, it didn't have a huge impact, but still a bit of we changed some ratio and so forth. So that's the first element. The other element is, as I was saying, the focus on MDB working as a system, so as a way to enhance cooperation, be more effective in working together, push in the same direction, and not be all over the place. And the third is a bit, there is a lot of expectation for the private sector to invest more, to be more proactive, bring trillions, but then the private sector tends to say, okay, I can finance emerging countries, but then I need guarantees, and so this needs to come from the MDBs. And I think this is a too oversimplified discussion, that MDBs can de-risk the private sector in a huge manner. We can, of course, the work we are doing in bringing policies, working on improving the environment, the regulatory, in emerging market in particular, but improving the regulatory framework, rule of law, transparency, governance, and so forth, is absolutely key to allow bringing private investors. But we cannot, and there cannot be expectation that we are going to guarantee everything.
Do you want to reflect on that, Andre, as well?
Yeah, I would like to remind again that MDBs, multinational development banks, are banks. That banks need to be selective. And I think the value added by MDBs really is that to the governments also, that not every road or railway or airport needs to be financed out of the budget, because then every euro buys you €1 of road or airport, or every dollar buys you $1 of railway. But at the MDBs, and I think, again, I applaud the shareholders that are willing to put more money into MDBs, because you do get the massive leveraging effect. On the MDB's own balance sheet, you get around 10 times, depending on MDB plus minus. Plus, then, if you also attract the private sector money to it, then every euro turns into 20, 25, 30 euros. And I think that's where the effect comes out of.
Yeah, there is, tonight there is a meeting of the finance ministers for climate action. Is that your message to them, or what is the message to the owners?
I think, first of all, it's very good that there is a coalition of finance ministers, and I think Finland was at the origin of this initiative, and I think it's excellent, because fighting climate change is a lot about policies, and subsidies policy. It's related to budgets. This is the responsibility of the finance minister. Reducing or, reducing or getting out of fossil fuel subsidies is, I think, a very important step in fighting climate change. The second big element is carbon pricing, and this is, I think, a key component that is needed if we really want to be effective in climate. There are also green transition and fight against climate change, because pricing is always the best way for allocation. And if you don't have carbon price, it's very difficult to bring external private sector capital. It's very difficult to have the return on investment that is legitimate. So I think there are some very important actions that are in the hands of the finance ministers that need to be further developed.
I just echo that. I think finance ministers are very important key holders to the state funds. They have the ultimate responsibility for the budgets, and the environmental ministers can go out there, the foreign ministers can go out there, but ultimately the governments need to share the burden. I think it's a really good initiative now. There are more than 90 countries already part of it, We, as NIB, we are an institutional partner alongside fellow IFIs. And I would say, the message to them really is that, you need to find correct incentives. I think things in life mostly happen because of incentives and institutions. And certain things can be regulated, but it's better if the regulation is basically just to set standards and incentivize, and then the market would take care, and the private sector would come in based on these predictable, stable, eventually, standards and regulations that without private money, many things are not going to happen.
Yeah, finance ministers are, of course, not negotiating here at COP. What are your expectations of COP, more sort of broader expectations?
So, I mean, there are always two processes at COP. The formal UNFCCC process, which implementation of the agreement, looking at on that, there has been some progress with the loss and damage fund, I think, which has been announced. It was one decision in principle of last COP, and now the management of the fund, and there is already some money in, so there is still a lot of work to do in terms of allocation and so forth, but it's a very good step going on. I think there are a lot of discussion around where we are, the global stock taking, which is an important dimension of this COP, and then preliminary discussion on the new commitment and the form of the new commitment that will replace the 100 billion plus discussion around fossil fuel. So I think this is a formal negotiation track which is very important. And of course you have in parallel in COP a lot of initiative, announcement, creation of new instruments, collaboration and so forth. And it's a bit of a proliferation. When you are here, it's difficult to follow everything. But in a way it provides, this COP with very large participation of different players provide important motivation deadline to be ready and deliver. And we've done some announcement with some of our countries in terms of commitment to get out of coal, to sign a global methane pledge, and so forth. So this is always a good opportunity, to move on and show that there is some progress in this very important issue.
It's really easy to speak second in this panel because you basically need to repeat the same message. Yeah. But I would say, of course, there is a lot of criticism in the media about the COP, and I think it is a very necessary platform. And it's not only about this coalition of parties negotiating these big deals. And I heard yesterday the Norwegian foreign minister saying, for instance, about the loss and damages fund, that look, at the last COP we agreed to have a fund, but it's better to have a fund that has money in it versus a fund that doesn't have any money. So, that's now happening at the higher level. But at the lower level, there are all sorts of small discussion, contact points happening which trigger action. I strongly believe that the agreement needs to be global, but the action is local eventually. And that is something that we try to deliver. We, as banks, intermediaries, helping clients to deliver. But it's also down to very, grassroots. Today when I came in, I saw a German guy there with a bicycle with massive bags hanging around it. The guy was cycling from Berlin to Dubai, 8,500 kilometers, and I felt kind of a personal attachment to it. And I said, look, you are a good man, you made it here. That's a point, you need to have lots of time for it, but since you did, well done, man.
So you got inspired. Next year you will do the same, or? Yeah.
I need to leave very early from Helsinki.
Yeah. Okay, hey, let's take if there is a question from the audience. I have the final question, but before that, there's one question.
Thank you. So I should start by saying that
yeah.
In a digital world, we have cabled microphones.
So I want to compliment NIP for this new climate strategy that you put out the other day. And I think there's a lot of interesting stuff in that one also for EBRD. So basically, we've spent a lot of time over the past decades talking about energy. But if you're looking at your new strategy, yes, it speaks about heating and so on, but it also speaks a lot about carbon-intensive raw materials such as steel, cement, and aluminium. And in the Nordic group, a lot is happening there. So in Sweden, bold moves to close to zero carbon steel. A lot of other things might be coming in that domain, cement and so on. I would be curious to hear your thoughts about where is it you really into this? Where is it you are needed to push what's going on? And how would you pass the baton to EBRD in the wider geography that EBRD covers on industrial decarbonization?
Thank you for the question, and good to see that a day after the new climate strategy was launched, there are people who have read it.
And it was not ordered, at least not by me.
Even better then. But I would say we're already in it. I refer to our updated strategy from end of 21. We have been pushing ourselves to take more risk, and we are taking more risk. We have learned now also over the past 18 months or so that the supply chains can get hit very badly and very quickly. So we need to make ourselves a lot more self-sustainable within a trusted circle of like-minded countries. And we are doing it, both in the green steel, in the renewable sector, and I think that's one of the beauties, that we really look at the value chain as a whole. And it's fantastic sometimes to see at the credit committee that there is a project where we are financing a wind park, then we are financing an electricity distribution network, then we are financing, say, a transport car maker that makes cars electric, then we are financing charging stations, then we are financing the road, and then we are financing companies that change these cars from the fossil fuel to electric. So we are already in there. We need to raise our game. We need to, of course, since we are a bank, we can only do it within the limits of our own capital. So passing on the baton, of course, EBRD does it in other regions than us. So we have only overlap, let's say, in the Baltics, I think, on day-to-day basis. And then, of course, there could be a bigger scale for some of these operations with EBRD.
What we do on this, we start really working with countries that have very high emitting industrial sector, for example, Turkey and Egypt. And Turkey is a big producer of cement, aluminium, steel, and so forth. And they start, what is interesting is that they really start, the private sector start to be really interested and understanding that this is a big stake for them, because they see CBAM coming, and also they're, I mean, as a part of the supply chain, they have come trained for their clients. And we work on low carbon pathway with them. So we I mean, trying to define what is a strategy, what are the technologies they can use in order to decrease and to move towards net zero in 2050. And on that, we will look a lot at what you are doing, because you are at the forefront of the technology. So I think that we are looking very closely. I mean, Nordic countries have been very advanced and probably much more in advance than what we can see in some other countries, and that could be a very good lessons and use of technology.
Okay, we promised that this is a short and sweet. So the last question and short answer that, okay, I asked what keeps you awake at night. When the sun is rising and you wake up, what gives you hope?
No, I think I am in working for an MDB, and with the mandate we have, and we can make a difference. And so I think it's very, I'm very enthusiastic and committed to what I'm doing, and trying to do my best in order to contribute to solutions to the challenges we are facing.
And I get fascinated by, first and foremost, what the clients are coming to us with in terms of their ideas, where they want to move the needle. Sometimes they need our help, sometimes they could do it with others. And I think that's the fascinating element, to talk to these people, both on the client side, but also people within our own organization that are energized by these ideas.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you.